Hey, y'all. I don't even have none of this stuff ready. Mm-hmm. Good evening, y'all. Look, I am, let's see. Ain't nobody care. Ain't nobody care. You done went from fresh air and mountains to an HBCU. Lord have mercy. Y'all, I don't got nothing to say about that. Let me try to get this NFL draft stuff up. Ain't nobody care. Y'all see that in the chat? I don't know. I don't know if I care about that. Just because it's kind of hypocritical, right? It's kind of weird to me. That's what I'm saying. Pride come before a fall. Because how does that even work? I don't know how that works. That you talk down on HBCUs to a certain extent, making like jokes about fresh air and no crime, and you giggling about that, but then now it's Caleb got his white woman on day. Oh Lord. It comes with the package now. It comes with the package. It comes with the package. All right. So the best available, of course, is Caleb Williams. Okay. I'm all over the place. Partially because the reason why I'm all over the place is partially because you know, we had that announcement today. And so that kind of threw me off a little bit. I wonder if I'm going to get flagged for this. It's the Detroit Lions. What's going on? Am I missing something? I don't know what's going on. All right. I'm sure everybody is tuned in. I don't know what they're doing with the Detroit Lions. I'm kind of running behind right now, but I love the Detroit Lions. You know, as they know, they extended James Houston. James Houston? Yeah. That boy dumb. What? That boy dumb. What in the world is going on? All right, y'all. All right, y'all. Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna just put the mute. I'm gonna put the thing on so y'all can listen. Yes, we're ready to get it on the road. Woo. Oh my God, Chicago Bears are now on the clock, y'all. Give me a second. They said they let go of Justin Fields and you're bringing a rookie. All right.
They're the only team to never have a quarterback with 4,000 passing yards in a season. They got to this place because of a trade they engineered a year ago leading into the draft. The trade that led Bryce Young to Carolina. They gave the Bears this pick along with that haul they brought in, including
Mr. Campbell, why are you clowning like that?
They drafted a year ago. And the pass catcher, DJ
Why are you clowning like that?
Schefter, they've had a lot of decisions to make. One of them involved their former quarterback, Justin Fields. When did they arrive at the decision they will announce here in just a moment?
Greeny, this was a decision that the Chicago Bears came to weeks, if not months ago. And just like the Cincinnati Bengals once began acclimating Joe Burrow to the city, their team, their organization, and the offense, the Bears have been doing the same with Caleb Williams, getting him ready to become the new face of the franchise, the next quarterback of the Chicago Bears.
Words that the Bears fans have been waiting essentially a century to hear. Mel, let's talk about Caleb Williams and the decision the Bears make here.
We think about this division. You have Jared Goff with the Detroit Lions. You have Minnesota trying to make a move probably for a quarterback today. Sam Darnold's kind of the bridge, you would think. You have the emerging star in Jordan Love with the Green Bay Packers. You have to keep up with the division. You can't be fourth in the division. Your quarterback, Justin Fields, I thought was on his way to doing some great things. They basically gave him away to the Pittsburgh Steelers, and now Caleb's got to be great. He has a talent to be special. He showed that in 2022 when he looked like the next Patrick Mahomes. This year got off to a good start. Then he kind of hit some opportunities where you say, okay, the spotlight's on him. How's he going to do? At Notre Dame, at South Bend, 3 interceptions in that game. Only threw 5 all year, but 3 in that one game. And a couple other games where his completion percentage was below 60%. But he had a bad offensive line. He didn't have Jordan Addison. You see the creativity, the improvisational ability of Caleb Williams. 31 touchdowns, 4 picks outside the pocket in his career. 120 touchdowns he accounted for over the last 3 years, and only 14 interceptions. He had 27 rushing touchdowns, the same number as Jayden Daniels over those 3 years. Now, he did have 16 fumbles this year. It's a little reckless. He carries the ball like a loaf of bread, a little careless at times. Josh Allen is able to shore that up. Caleb Williams needs to clean that up in the NFL to be an elite quarterback. Certainly this year, without that offensive line, but a defense that couldn't stop many people either. Caleb was kind of on the spot. That Notre Dame game, everybody's kind of hard. That's one game in his career, guys. One game. Outside of that, he was almost flawless. He had a couple games late, as I said, where he wasn't necessarily on point. But overall, Caleb Williams held off Jayden Daniels. I thought it was going to be Drake Maye in August. Drake Maye didn't finish strong. It opened the door for Jayden. Jayden went from a 4th rounder to the 2nd pick overall. I didn't think he did enough overall in his career. That one great year wasn't enough to overtake what Caleb Williams did last year. When he would have gone number 1 over Bryce Young, he certainly deserves to be the number 1 pick overall today.
We expect Daniels to go number 2. We'll worry about that when we get there. Let's start with the decision the Bears are making here. Booger, are they getting it right?
Yeah, I agree. I think they're absolutely getting it right. I think from a ceiling standpoint, Caleb Williams has the highest ceiling of any quarterback in this draft. And it's important when you bring the quarterback into an organization that he's set up for success. Can you protect him up front? You look at those 2 stalwart tackles, they can protect him. And then who are going to be the playmakers? Who's he going to throw the football to? Keenan Allen, DJ Moore, DeAndre Swift, they have playmakers. What about the guy that's going to call the plays? Shane Waldron, another name to remember. The quarterback coach for the Chicago Bears, Gary Joseph. It's going to be important that everybody in that building can get this young man to play on time and in rhythm and in structure, because when he can, Greeny, what he can do off script and off structure is absolutely outstanding. He's the closest thing we've seen to Patrick Mahomes since Patrick Mahomes, and the Chicago Bears have a good one.
Lewis, if you were making this pick tonight, who would you select?
Yeah, look, I'm going to go against the grain a little bit. Look, I did it last year, and I'm going to do it again this year. Look, Jayden Daniels, for me, put together an absolutely fantastic season, and that's not to take anything away from Caleb Williams. I liked him when I saw him on tape. I liked him when I saw him at his pro day. I liked him when I talked to him. But if you have to pick a guy, I'm going to pick Jayden Daniels, and I'll tell you why. Full field reads. This is a guy who, from in the pocket, was number 2 in QBR and FBS this year. For things like this, because of things like this, because he can scan the entire field, win from the pocket, and throw the football accurately. The anticipation that is necessary. Look, you're not going to have all day to throw the football in the NFL. You're going to have to throw people open. You're going to have to anticipate they're going to come open. And to slot faith was something that he was fantastic at. You heard Dan Quinn talk about the fact that he wants a quarterback, a franchise quarterback that can instead plays. Look, Jayden Daniels was number 1 in QBR outside the pocket this year. I know he had less than 40 attempts, but when he threw the football outside the pocket, he was absolutely deadly. And when it comes to mobility, just forget it. This is a guy who will absolutely, you want to talk about snatching souls? He'll absolutely do that. He can take it 90 on you in a heartbeat. He's built for these kind of moments. He is built mentally to be able to handle the rigors of being a franchise quarterback. The people down at LSU vouch for him. He has put in the work. Look, both of these guys are going to be absolute studs in the NFL. But if I had to pick one by a narrow margin, I'd go with Jayden Daniels.
You said that about C.J. Stroud a year ago. We'll see how these two young quarterbacks fare. In the meantime, you've met Molly McGrath already tonight. She's been down there in the green room with the players, including with Caleb Williams. Molly, jump in.
Yeah, that's right, Greeny. Well, Bears GM Ryan Poles told me there will be no surprises with this first overall pick. They decided weeks ago that Caleb Williams is their guy. And when I spoke with Williams yesterday, he told me he walked away from his top 30 visit in Chicago feeling a sense of calm because of those foundational pieces that you guys all talked about that will lead to his success and this team's success. And Williams even threw with Bears receivers last week. He threw with Keenan Allen and DJ Moore, said the veterans taught him so much in their short amount of time together. And he's starting to feel some chemistry vibing with them. And as you've noticed, Caleb Williams wearing a custom suit, and it's all purposeful. It's navy blue to represent the team colors that he'll be wearing this fall, guys.
A little bit of an offbeat personality. He's, of course, the first mega star of the NIL era. So we've seen him in different ways than we're accustomed to with previous players. That's going to be something we will get used to. He will always be the first one to come along. This is a young man who I think a year ago we knew was destined for this moment, and this night has finally come. You see the congratulations already being shared in the Bears draft room. Remember, they will make another pick here tonight, barring a trade at number 9 overall. But here it comes. They've waited a century. Let's see if this is the time they get it right. The commissioner is on his way to the stage to announce the first pick of the 2024 NFL draft. And for the first time since 1947, it's the Bears who make the selection.
With the first pick in the 2024 NFL draft, the Chicago Bears select Caleb Williams, quarterback, Southern California.
There he is, Chicago. There's your new hopes and dreams. You know his story because he's been a superstar since he was in high school in Washington, D.C. He committed to Oklahoma. He followed Lincoln Riley to L.A. The rest is history. He won the Heisman 2 years ago. Finishes his career with 120 touchdowns in 33 starts. And as mentioned, in this NIL era, he has been omnipresent. But Mel, all of it in so many ways felt like it was leading up to this night.
Ryan Poles, general manager of Chicago Bears, he was in 2017 director of college scouting when Patrick Mahomes was selected by the Kansas City Chiefs. He said, you see some Mahomes in Caleb Williams. You see a guy here who can improvise, create. Think about Caleb Williams now in this division. Jordan Love, from the Thanksgiving Day upset of the Detroit Lions, emerged as a big-time quarterback in this league. Jared Goff into the Super Bowl. Jared Goff went to another one this year. Then you have Minnesota trying to make that move. You got to look at this division. I felt Justin Fields was on his way to being a heck of a quarterback for the Chicago Bears. He had the locker room. He was making progress. They were going to help him, right? And they were going to make a decision. Is it Justin or is it Caleb? That's what it got down to. And they sent Justin Fields to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Really a giveaway, in my opinion. But now Caleb Williams becomes the guy. He's got to be special because Justin Fields is on his way to being really good. So now it's Caleb Williams in this division. You can't be third. You can't be fourth. Jared Goff and Jordan Love are established. Minnesota's going to do something. Caleb Williams has to be, and that's Patrick Mahomes, but he's got to be somewhat close, somewhere in that top 5 to 7 overall in the NFL at the quarterback position within the next couple of years.
Well, he's got to prove he can do what a quarterback should be able to do, which is distribute the football and play point guard. In the National Football League, it's not about how fast you run or how far you can throw the football. You got to get the ball to your playmakers. They have playmakers there in Chicago, and so can he play on script and in rhythm and get the ball to those playmakers? Because when the play breaks down, we know he's the best that there is.
Look, really now, it's about offensive coordinator Shane Waldron. I told you before this show started, we're going to put some of the onus here on the organization. Shane Waldron, the new offensive coordinator in Chicago, now has to develop that relationship. He has to find the way to get Caleb Williams to lock in and really realize all of his potential for that organization.
Subway takes us down to the stage where Molly is standing by with Caleb Williams. Molly.
Caleb, you told me you've been dreaming of this moment ever since you were a little kid. You have always wanted to be the number 1 pick in the NFL draft. What did it take to get here?
It took a lot of sacrifice, love, care for winning the game of football, my teammates, my coaches, and my family.
You won a Heisman Trophy. You're the number 1 pick in the NFL draft. What is your next goal as a member of the Chicago Bears?
Learn all my teammates' names, their families, learn the playbook, and get ready to go win games.
All right, congratulations, Caleb.
Thank you.
So there he is from USC to Chicago. Certainly not the first time in recent years the Bears have tried this. Mitchell Trubisky, the 2nd pick overall in a season in which Patrick Mahomes was subsequently drafted. Justin Fields just 3 years ago, whom they choose Caleb Williams ahead of. And so tonight, Caleb Williams is the next chance to become the first Bears quarterback ever to throw for 4,000 yards and perhaps finally take this team back where it hasn't been in decades. Okay, so that's the portion of the evening that we foresaw. Now a bit of the mystery can begin. When will the wheeling and dealing begin with these quarterbacks on the board? Washington is on the clock, and Adam Schefter, what do we need to know?
Well, Greeny, last week, the Washington Commanders had a group of quarterbacks in for a visit. And in the end, the 2 quarterbacks that had the most support within the Commanders organization were Jayden Daniels and also JJ McCarthy. Those are the 2 quarterbacks to watch here. But inevitably, Jayden Daniels' talent is so strong, so inevitable. There is a coach in the NFL that said that Jayden Daniels is Lamar Jackson 2.0, and that he has the ability to come in and be a better version of Lamar Jackson. We'll see if he can make that happen and if he's the pick. And now, down to Molly McGrath.
Well, Adam, you guys mentioned all of the questions swirling around Jayden Daniels and the Washington Commanders, and first-time GM Adam Peters is really leaning on his mentors in the face of all of those question marks. He's been on the phone all week long talking to a lot of his mentors, one of them Bob Myers, former GM for the Golden State Warriors. He's now an advisor to the Commanders, and he's asking him questions like, what would you do in this situation? And one of the things that Myers said to him that really stuck with him is don't make a decision until you absolutely have to make a decision. And Myers is a proven winner. He created a dynasty with Golden State. So Peters is taking that advice to heart. He said he's not going to make a decision until he absolutely has to, which is right now. And Jayden Daniels even telling us he doesn't know where he's going to go. He didn't even sleep well last night, guys.
But we have to imagine that there's trade offers and all these questions. So, Mel, if they could have gotten a treasure trove of selections instead of selecting Jayden Daniels, are they doing the right thing taking the quarterback?
You got to take Jayden Daniels. I mean, you go from a 4th-round pick to the 2nd pick overall, you had to be spectacular. He was. And keep in mind, Herm Edwards brought him to Arizona State. Herm Edwards compares him to Randall Cunningham. I know the Lamar Jackson comparisons are out there. This kid balanced being aggressive with not turning it over. On being aggressive, running the ball aggressively, throwing it aggressively, guys, and he did not turn it over. Alabama, back-to-back years, think, well, Nick Saban's going to figure him out this year. He didn't have an answer for Jayden Daniels. 2 games he accounted for in those 2 games, 60 points, 401 passing yards, 258 rushing yards, 6 touchdowns, 1 pick. In the fourth quarter of games, when he had to be great because they didn't have a defense there, he was outstanding. 831 yards, 73%, 10 touchdowns, 2 picks, and 3 rushing touchdowns. Jayden Daniels in a draft that didn't have a spectacular talent like Caleb Williams would have been the number 1 pick overall. He's got a chance to be great. No, you cannot let a player dictate politics. It's the NFL. You pick them, they come to you, right? They're not sitting down 8 years. Not gonna, the Raiders are picking way down the line. It's not Eli Manning and Phillip Rivers at the top where you can flip-flop. I know Antonio Pierce wanted him. Probably would have wanted to be there. If you're Washington, you need the quarterback, and you got a guy there. I'm sure Dan Quinn, a defensive guy, says, who are defense coordinators going to stress about all week and not sleep about all week? Okay, who's that guy? It's Jayden Daniels.
And of all the quarterbacks this season, he had the best tape, Greeny, from start to finish. His tape was better than any quarterback in college football. So if you're watching him, you got to take it.
Louis Riddick, you've been saying to me for months on this program, in the lead up and on Get Up and anywhere else we've had this conversation, that he is your number 1 player in this class. And I can see the commissioner making his way out onto the stage where he will announce the selection. It's been in for a few moments, and you saw the Washington draft room in their celebration. Here comes pick number 2.
With the second pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Jayden Daniels, quarterback, LSU.
Again, what a season he had. Combined rushing and passing over 5,000 yards and 50 touchdowns. He won the Heisman, the Walter Camp, the Unitas, the O'Brien, and Manning Awards, and was the AP College Football Player of the Year. You mentioned that he started at Arizona State, started 3 seasons there, 2 in Baton Rouge. So he's 23 years old with lots of experience. The frame, Lewis, is what everyone talked about. Weighed in at 210 at the Combine. That silenced a lot of those questions.
Yeah, I never had any questions about that, especially after I got to see him in person down in Baton Rouge at the Pro Day. The same way I had no questions after I saw C.J. Stroud at Ohio State. I got the same feeling about him. The people down at LSU will tell you this. The amount of time that this young man put in the day he stepped foot on campus to build towards this moment, the amount of investment that he made in his ability to go ahead and be able to be consistent for this football team, to not back away from any challenge. As a matter of fact, he ran towards every single challenge that was put in his way at LSU, and it manifested itself not by accident in him having a season where he was number 1 in total QBR, number 2 in QBR in the pocket, number 1 in QBR outside the pocket. He's a guy who can just absolutely cut your heart out with his legs. And guess what? He's still a work in progress. So now, again, Cliff Kingsbury, offensive coordinator in Washington, you're up. You're up now in terms of build that relationship with him. Adam Peters, make sure he's protected. Adam Peters, make sure you get him weapons. Defense, play your part. Magic Johnson, all the owners down there in Washington, Josh Harris, make sure you support him. No whispering about we could have had someone else or maybe we wanted someone else. Pour into him the same way he's going to pour into your organization, and you'll get it back tenfold.
You know, I had a chance to visit with him, and I talked to him. What was the difference between year 1 and year 2 at LSU? He talked about the consistency. The first time since high school, he had the same offensive coordinator, the same group of receivers, the same coaches, and we saw the climactic rise that he had from year 1 to year 2, winning the Heisman Trophy. LSU used artificial intelligence to help him. The processing, he's an elite processor along the lines of C.J. Stroud to process information, to deliver the football. We hadn't even got to the athleticism. We're not talking about how fast he can run, but his ability to play the quarterback position. Oh, by the way, and then you add in the running ability. That's why this young man is going to be special. He was special in Baton Rouge. From the moment he got there, he'll be special in the National Football League.
Really similar to Joe Burrow's ascension to be the number 1 pick overall. He went from Ohio State to LSU. In year 1 at LSU, he was good. He wasn't special. In year 2, with Jefferson and Chase, 2 great receivers, he was spectacular. Won a national title, became the number 1 pick overall, and has had a great career so far. Jayden Daniels went from Arizona State, where he was pretty good.
Yeah.
And he was a guy, he looked like a 3rd, 4th round pick after his first year at LSU. This year, like Joe Burrow, with the help of a guy like Malik Nabers and Brian Thomas Jr., same with Burrow, having the two receivers, Jefferson and Chase, took his play and his performance to another level. He was unbelievable game in and game out. He didn't have a defense where he had to put points on the board and match points and bring them back in the fourth quarter. He didn't win the national title, no fault of his own. It was the defense that wasn't very good. Joe Burrow had more talent on that side ball. He didn't, but the situation was, if you're worried about a fourth or a second pick overall, just look at Joe Burrow.
Subway, Molly's got Jayden Daniels. Molly?
Jayden, you've had a life-changing year, ending with the Heisman Trophy. Now you're the number 2 pick in the NFL draft. What has this journey been like for you to get here?
It's been a blessing, man. I couldn't be here without God, man. It's been a blessing. All the adversity I've been through, the perseverance, man. I'm just happy I'm blessed.
How can this Commanders offensive staff, including guys like Cliff Kingsbury, bring out the best in you?
Just believe in me. You know, it's going to be a grind. We're going to work. I'm a hard worker, man, so I can't wait.
All right, congratulations. Jayden Daniels heading to the Washington Commanders.
The Commanders, or at least the Washington football franchise, has selected a lot of quarterbacks in the first round going back through the common draft era. Heath Schuler, you see there along the way. RG3, our colleague, was the rookie of the year for them in 2012 before injuries. So they've been struggling to try and find exactly the right guy. Maybe now they've done so in Jayden Daniels. So 2 are down, and the mystery begins. The New England Patriots are on the clock, and Adam Schefter is with us with the very latest. What are we expecting from the Patriots?
Greeny, essentially, the New England Patriots took calls from the Minnesota Vikings and the New York Giants, but I was told there is a 0 chance that they are moving out of that slot. They are going to take their quarterback of the future.
Would that be Mel Kiper?
I would go Drake Maye. Drake Maye, to me, going into this year, you thought he could challenge Caleb Williams. Why didn't he? Well, he lost his offensive coordinator. He didn't have Josh Downs. Heck of a player, had 94 catches for Drake Maye that year. He moved on to the Indianapolis Colts, right? Think about late season. Tez Walker came back, right? Came back. He was suspended by the NCAA as top receiver. Yet against Virginia, NC State, Clemson, Miami, there were some games where you say, boy, he wasn't as accurate. He wasn't as precise. He was missing receivers. He was stressing receivers. He had to adjust to some poorly thrown balls. But the talent, he's 21 years of age, is through the roof. That's what you're betting on. All that talent comes together for Drake Maye. He can become a franchise quarterback in the NFL.
Drake Maye, perhaps JJ McCarthy, another high-profile quarterback still on the board. We're about to find out. The Patriots pick is in. The commissioner is on his way. Here comes pick number 3.
With the 3rd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Drake Maye, quarterback, North Carolina.
And so after all of the speculation, it is going almost exactly as had been projected. Drake Maye at Carolina succeeded Sam Howell, started 26 games as Carolina's native son. He grew up in Charlotte, threw for over 8,000 yards, accounted for 79 touchdowns for his career. He's the first Tar Heel to go in round 1 since Mitch Trubisky to Chicago in 2017. Mel, do they have it right?
I think they can get it right. They got to coach him, and they can't just hang him out to dry like they did Mac Jones. This organization, the organization has to help Drake Maye. 21 years of age, he's still developing. You talk about a kid who's 6'4.5", 223 pounds, can make any throw you want. When he gets in a rhythm, he can pick you apart. Now, sometimes he doesn't always get in that rhythm. He runs a little hot and cold at times. I talked about some of that inconsistency with accuracy and precise passing. He was like a pitcher guy, didn't always have his best stuff late in the year, but he didn't get a lot of help. As I said, you know, that new coordinator, but not having that Josh Downs type security blanket that he had 2 years ago. If you sit him for a little bit, you force him into play, I think he needs to sit, watch, and learn for at least 5 to 7 games. Drake Maye, like I said, only 21, in a very athletic family. He wants to be great. The mobility he has, he drew comparisons to Justin Herbert going into the year. Justin Herbert had some struggles at times that final year at Oregon. Still hasn't gotten over the hump of the NFL. Trying to finish games off in those final couple of minutes. Drake Maye could be, I think the Josh Allen comparison's exaggerated. I would go more to Justin Herbert. Drake Maye, still a guy you cannot underestimate. Talent guy, and he's got enormous ability and a work ethic second to none.
Yeah, look, Elliott Wolf, who's in charge of personnel up there in New England now, understands what he needs to do next. Address the offensive line and address the wide receiver position. You cannot put your young quarterback behind the offensive line that was dead last in pass block win rate last year and had a wide receiver core that had less than 2,000 yards total as a group. One of 4 teams in the NFL. That can't happen. You have to build it up around him now. You've got your guy. Build it up around him.
Subway to the stage, Molly and Drake May.
Thank you, Drake. The Patriots are trying to rebuild their dynasty. What went through your mind when you got the call that you would be joining one of the most successful teams in NFL history?
Oh, it's a blessing. I'm blessed. I'm usually a man a lot of words and left me speechless. So I'm excited to be here tonight. And Pats Nation, let's go, man. Let's go. Pats Nation.
As the youngest of four brothers, you've been competing your entire life. What kind of competitive attitude are you bringing to New England?
Yeah, better. Anything keeping score, I'm here to win. And, the Patriots get my whole family, all my brothers, everybody. I'm a full package. So looking forward to it. And let's go, Boston.
All right. Congratulations, Drake. So happy for you.
Molly, thanks. One of those brothers, of course, Luke, was a star on the basketball team that won the national championship in 2017. Here are the Patriots' first-round quarterbacks in the common draft era. Obviously, the greatest of them all is not listed on there. Tom Brady was the 199th pick in the draft the year he came out. Mac Jones just a few years ago. He detailed the up and downs that they've seen there. We'll see if this is the next era of Patriots football. So now, the first hot spot of the night, the Arizona Cardinals, a place that perhaps they trade out, or do they go for the receiver they're looking for? Adam Schefter, what should we expect?
Well, Greeny, you remember last year when the Arizona Cardinals bounced all around the first round. That's not going to be the case this year. They're going to stick at number 4. And 20 years and one day ago, they drafted a wide receiver who turned out to be a Hall of Fame receiver in Larry Fitzgerald. Now they get the chance to go after another receiver. They will not trade the pick. They will stay in the slot, Greeny.
Now, Booger, that would sound like Marvin Harrison Jr., but you've told us you like Malik Nabers the best of all the receivers.
Yeah, I do. I think Malik Nabers is the best receiver. He can do everything that Marvin Harrison can do, and he's faster. So I like Ferraris. I know we got Maserati Marv, but I want the Ferrari, the faster car. And Nabers' run after catch, to me, is what separates him from Marvin Harrison Jr.
I'll take a Larry Fitzgerald type. They had picked Larry Fitzgerald 3rd overall when he came out of Pitt. I think Marvin Harrison Jr. can be that kind of player. This team has 7 picks in the first 4 rounds, the Arizona Cardinals do. To trade down and lose an elite receiver, one of these 3 would have been ridiculous. They have the draft capital of the picks to improve this football team. Wide receiver is a key need area. They have a tight end by the name of Trey McBride.
Yeah.
Came on like gangbusters over the final 9 games of the year with 63 receptions. They're throwing 115 over the first 7 games. So now you add a guy like Marvin Harrison Jr., to Kyler Murray. Now you're on your way, and you got all these picks coming up to really improve that talent base on both sides of the ball.
I remember asking Devontae Adams once during a production meeting, what makes a true number 1? And he said it's the guy who can line up in the outside lane, outside the numbers. You know you're throwing it to him, and he can make the catch anyway. Marvin Harrison Jr. was built for these moments. He's built for that kind of responsibility. And think about it this year. He had a higher per catch average rate and matched his production with subpar quarterback play. He's a stud.
I can see the commissioner starting to make his way up the tunnel here again. The Cardinals, there had been so much speculation in weeks leading up to this. Would this be the spot that someone would trade up to take the 4th quarterback in this draft? They didn't. Here comes the commish.
With the 4th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Marvin Harrison Jr., wide receiver, Ohio State.
This has been a very good night for mock drafts so far. It has gone about the way it was projected. Think about all the receivers to come out of Ohio State. Well, Marvin is the only one who was a 2-time All-American. In fact, he was unanimous, first team both times. Plus, he won the Biletnikoff Award last year, caught 144 balls the past 2 seasons, 28 touchdowns. By the way, he's outdone his dad now. Marvin Sr. went 19th in 1996. Maserati Marv goes number 4.
Yeah, a lot bigger than Marvin Harrison Sr. Marvin Harrison Sr., 5'11 and a half, 181. Marvin Harrison Jr., 6'3 and a quarter, 210. Marvin Harrison ran 4.33. Marvin Harrison Jr. not that fast. Marvin Harrison Sr., 19th pick overall in 96 here. Marvin Harrison Jr., the 4th pick overall. You see the body control, the ability to adjust and be a power forward in the red zone. He had 29 receptions against press coverage the last 2 years, most in FBS. 15 contested catches on 3rd down the last 2 years, most in FBS. And he did it this year, and his numbers didn't lag. He was exactly numbers-wise, production-wise, what he was 2 years ago. He did it with C.J. Stroud. He did it with Colin McCord, who, by the way, was at Syracuse, guys. You talk about a receiver who gets it. He's going to work as hard as anybody. His dad did. I was with his dad at the Hula Bowl way back when he came out, right? And he was the first. They came to that locker room. I said, hey, Marvin, I'm ready to go out to the practice field and work. This is the Hula Bowl last night. And the guys come there to have fun. He was there. Game-based, business-like approach. Worked with Peyton Manning before, during, after to get that timing down. Marvin Harrison Jr. will be the exact same way with Kyler Murray.
Well, no one knows that better than Booger. You played with his dad.
Yeah, I played with his dad. And so what can you learn from father to son? I saw the traits of Senior every day at practice, the hard work. And so can you pass those traits on down to your son, how to play the position, how to be the receiver? It's really simple. One of the toughest catches. Go over the shoulder, make the catch, have the eye and the hand coordination to track the football. Marvin Sr. used to come out to practice and make this catch every single day at practice. Practicing, getting the feet in, making sure the body control, making sure you got both feet in bounds, the eye, catching the football. Like father, like son. Doesn't matter the quarterback play. Put the ball up, I'll go get it. I'll be able to track the football over the shoulder, have really good body control, give myself enough room to the outside where the quarterback can complete the football, track it, get both feet in down. Think those conversations at the dinner table didn't rub off? All those conversations out on the playground? And then that's not the only thing, Greeny. Understand this. When you play receiver, you have to be able to understand how to get the ball. It's not always going to be perfect. The body control, how to contort your body to make sure that you're giving your quarterback the proper angle and the proper target to throw the football. CJ Stroud, look at that. I'm going to make sure you got enough room, but then the ability to contort my body, catch the football, get both feet in bounds. The conversation that we saw from Senior, that I saw every day at practice, he passed down to Junior, they're getting a really good receiver.
And just think about the body type you're getting in there.
Yeah.
A guy who's he's pushing 6'4", 212 plus, 215 plus. What do you do? I mean, look, and he's not a guy who's just, resigned to the outside. He can play any position. Unbelievable weapon.
Subway Molly with Maserati Marv.
Thank you. Marvin, one of the most talented wide receiver classes in NFL draft history, and your name was called first. How much pride do you feel in this moment?
I'm just super blessed to be here, really. I mean, like you said, there's a lot of great receivers in this draft class. It's an honor to be first. We got to go and put that work in now.
A career in the NFL was written in your bloodline, but how important is it for you to create your own legacy in this league?
Yeah, I'm just going to try to be my best self, just be the best person, be the best player I can be, and whatever happens from there.
All right, Maserati Marv heading to Arizona. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
It's actually the second straight year they've taken an Ohio State player in the first round. They took Paris Johnson last year, 6th overall, and he joins this illustrious list of players drafted in the first round whose dads are Pro Football Hall of Famers. So far, our pick-to-trade ratio is 4-0. We'll see if that changes next. It's the NFL Draft on ESPN.
All right, y'all. What do you guys think about the picks so far? Me, I'm kind of like, I don't know, y'all. They just seem so basic. Mac Jones 2.0 over here. Like, what are we really doing here? What are we doing? What are you guys doing with some of these picks? I feel like some of these picks are Mac Jones-ish, like Mac Jones, like nothing that kind of is like, ooh, that's a good pick. I didn't see anything that I was like, ooh, that's a good pick. Nope, I didn't see anything, y'all. I did not see anything. I didn't see anything that just wowed me. So the HBCU players, of course, they're probably going to come off the board in the 5th, 6th, and 7th round. And then, of course, the undrafted free agents, I guessing, when will those start? Like tomorrow or at the end of tonight? So there's a couple of players that, while it's on commercial, that we want to be looking out for because, there's a chance, and these particular players, like Mr. Willis Patrick here, he is a what? What does that say in his bio? What does that say in his bio? He is a Jackson State alum. Yes, he played for TCU in his final year, but we're going to have several players come up off the board or get drafted or go as undrafted free agents. And while the school that they're getting drafted from may not be Jackson State, they absolutely are Jackson State affiliated. I'm excited to see if Davius Richards comes off the board anytime soon. He has a really good relative athletic score, but I know that injury might have set him back a little bit. But I'm excited, you guys, just because I feel like this year we can possibly get maybe one or two. Oh, wait. So the pick is in for the Los Angeles Chargers. Let me make sure. Who is that? Oh, it was on commercial. So, yeah. But anyway, the pick is in. And I definitely think that when it comes to football, that I don't even think it's just him. Marquise Bell as well, right? Marquise Bell.
The Chargers spot. They are not trading the pick. They are going to use the pick likely on an offensive tackle. And that means the New York Giants at number 6 will have a choice about whether to take JJ McCarthy or a highly rated wide receiver or offensive lineman.
Let
We
me
also
see
should point out that in recent weeks, both the Patriots and Vikings called the Chargers to see if they had any interest in trading Justin Herbert. The Chargers told them absolutely not. They're holding on to him, and they're making the pick.
I didn't hear anything about
Herbert not going
Shane
anywhere,
Hooks
the
or
selection not going anywhere. The Giants will have
I didn't hear anything about Shane Hooks until today when he performed at the Tropical Bowl. But like as far as sleepers, we have of course Shane Hooks, and we have a couple of other HBCU student athletes.
With the fifth pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Joe Alt, tackle, Notre Dame.
What an offensive line they're putting together there. The bookends. There he
is. That's literally who
33 straight games for the Irish at left tackle and dominated. Unanimous first-team All-American last year. Finalist for the Outland Trophy. Just huge, 6'8.5". He's also outdone that man, which is his father. John Alt was the 21st pick in round 1 to Kansas City in 1980.
Dang! So he's basically a legacy NFL player. I should have known. He's legacy. So there's that right there. Okay, so now we have Malik Nabers and next to come off the board, best fit, JJ McCarthy for the New York Giants. That's a quarterback. Do you think they need one? Mm-mm. I think these quarterbacks are underwhelming, to say the least. Is it wrong that I feel like some of these quarterbacks are underwhelming? I just don't see it. I don't see the shock factor for me. It's not there. It's really not. I'm not seeing it, y'all. All right. JJ McCarthy, 219 pounds, 6'3" quarterback out of Michigan. He's expected to be the best fit for taking them off. The 5th pick was Joe Alt, the offensive tackle. Here, I'll show you. Joe Alt, the 6'9", 321 pound from Notre Dame offensive tackle. And now we're on, that was pick 5. Now we're on the New York Giants. So The LA Chargers like that draft pick. Look at all them folks in there. They're excited about getting that offensive tackle.
Tennessee Titans at number 7 have to be disappointed.
Yes.
No offense who they wanted protecting that blind side.
They might
Will
trade
Levis.
for
You have
him.
to believe that. Now they may have to.
Tennessee
rethink
Titans
that
might
7th
trade for
overall.
him.
Meanwhile, let's all just stop and take a breath because we have reached a critical moment in this draft right now. We wondered, would the New York Giants, if they wanted to make a change at quarterback, do they want to move on from Daniel Jones? Would they have to trade up in order to do so? It has turned out that if JJ McCarthy is the quarterback they want, they would not have to. Are we about to see a significant move? You see on the screen behind you, the Giants getting set to make their pick. Shefty, what are we expecting?
Greeny, the Giants put an awful lot of work into quarterbacks, an inordinate amount of time. But they also know that they need wide receiver help. They need offensive playmakers. And that seems to be the
Malik
direction they've
Nabers,
gone in
y'all.
recent days, leaning more towards the wide receiver as much as they like JJ McCarthy. He was the guy they would have taken. It sounds like they're going to go in a different direction.
Lewis, Malik Nabers is on the board. Rome Odunze is on the board. JJ McCarthy is on the board. What should the Giants do?
Look, I don't think you ever pass up on a franchise quarterback if you believe that JJ McCarthy is a franchise quarterback. I'm not of the belief that you just kind of build up everything around the quarterback and then you just conveniently select a quarterback. The Giants have tried doing that. Look, what has happened at the wide receiver position, although they have thrown some draft capital at it and thrown some free agent dollars at it, hasn't worked out. What has happened to their offensive line? Thrown draft capital at it, thrown free agency dollars at it, hasn't worked out. You can't continue to work with that mindset thinking, I can just always build up around it and then get the quarterback later. If you think that guy on the screen is a franchise quarterback, then you go ahead and you absolutely take him. If you don't, then move on. If it's wide receiver, that guy on your screen is an absolute beast. So you can't go wrong, but don't tell me that you can't pick a franchise quarterback.
You got to help Daniel Jones. You can't hang about the dry. Rome Odunze is a special player. Malik Nabers, if you're taking the heir apparent, Daniel Jones has no shot.
Booger, what would you do if you were the Giants? We were told the pick is in, but I don't see the commissioner yet. We have a moment. Oh, there he is. He's now just appearing.
To answer your question, Green, it's really simple. I'm taking Malik Nabers. He's the most explosive player at the receiver position in the draft, and the Giants receivers absolutely stink.
Here it comes.
All right, the pick is in, y'all. They need a wide receiver.
With the 6th pick,
Didn't they just get rid of
2024 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Malik Nabers, wide receiver, LSU.
Wow. We thought maybe quarterbacks would go 1, 2, 3, and 4 instead. JJ McCarthy still on the board as we get to
them boys be going from NIL deals.
Receivers that have come out of LSU, including Jamar
Let a
Chase.
naysayer know.
Neighbors is the school's all-time
Let a
leader.
naysayer know.
3,000 yards in 3 seasons. In a league that values explosive plays, he led the FBS with 17 catches of 30 yards or longer last year.
Well, I said the most fascinating draft I've ever been associated with because of
Boy,
the
these
decisions that Joe
kids is
Shane and Brian
dripping
Dable had to
in
make. You go for
diamonds
the heir
already.
apparent and JJ McCarthy, the Daniel
They
Jones,
go
who you
from
didn't draft.
semi-pro
Okay,
at the
Daniel
college
Jones. So you
straight
could
to
have
the
got your own
pros.
guy. Instead, you try to help Daniel Jones. They haven't had an explosive receiver. They haven't had a 1,000-yard receiver in 6 years since Odell Beckham Jr. in 2018. Malik Nabers, he's your guy, bro. Go right in. You said it was him all the way.
No doubt. I think he's the best receiver in the draft. He's the most explosive guy in the draft. The fastest receiver. No one caught more touchdowns from the slot than Malik Nabers. Talk about run after the catch, he can do it. If I want to give the NFL fans a picture that you've already seen, think Jamar Chase, but he's faster. And if you're a quarterback, wouldn't you want to throw to Jamar Chase? And for a receiving core with the New York Giants, absolutely stumped. Now they get a guy who has the potential of being a number 1 receiver. He can play inside. He can play outside. He is explosive. The closest thing to Tyreek Hill that we have seen in the National Football League since Tyreek came in.
Yeah, look, I mean, he is the total fact. The only thing he doesn't have Marvin Harrison Jr.'s height. But I'd say his ability to catch contested balls, his run after the catch, reminds you in some regards like he's Debo-like in that regard. He's just about as tough as they come. And I'll tell you here, look, when you're talking about Jamar Chase, he has that because what can Jamar do? Jamar is a 3-position player who can play on the outside or play on the inside. And so here on the outside, he's just going to be able to line up and split double coverage and run through it. Well, how many times have we seen Jamar Chase do that? We see him do it over and over again. Here, you see it right here. beat the press. You see, he's splitting quarters coverage is senseless right there, or cover 2 coverage. He'll just run right between the double team and run between those vices, and then it's all over. Explosive after the catch. Can you turn the short 5-yard pass in the explosive plus 20-yard play? Well, Malik, if you've ever been up close to him, you see he has a running back type of body. He doesn't have an ounce of fat on him. This is one of the best plays that we've seen in recent memory as far as Ja'Marr Chase. Watch how many people he avoids on this. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, and then he just runs away from them. He's running away from top quality NFL defenders. And so when you have that kind of ability, hey, I can see why the Giants would go up and get him. And then elite body control and great hands. You want to talk about vice grips? Absolutely. He will snatch it down. Ja'Marr had some issues early on in his rookie year at Cincinnati. He cleaned those up. He made those kind of circus highlight catches all the time. This kid is complete. Now the question is this. Can you get the ball to him?
Yeah.
Can you protect Daniel Jones? Because it really, this is just a part of the problem that's going on with New York. They have other things to fix, and they better fix them. Otherwise, it's not going to matter what Malik Nabers does.
Subway, Molly.
Malik, another talented wide receiver from LSU, joins the league. How important is it for you to represent that brotherhood and add right away to that Giants offense?
It's very important. You know, being a receiver that goes to LSU, you know, you gotta come in and be a dog. So I'm expecting to be that. You know, I can only just thank God for this opportunity that I'm in.
Let me see the inside of your suit. I saw you showing that off a second ago. Tell us about it.
Inside of my suit is all the legends that, you know, have been a part of my life. Mom, family, brothers, coaches, you know, all the legacy that made Malik who Malik is. So at LSU, so to have that in my jacket, you know, it means a lot.
All right, congratulations, Malik. You guys are looking at Daniel Jones's new favorite target. He's going to the New York Giants.
He's the second LSU player drafted in round 1 by the Giants. The other, you've heard of him, Odell Beckham Jr., 10 years ago. The Titans are on the clock. Would this be the spot for our first trade of the night? We're going to find out in just a moment. We'll hear from Tennessee right after this. It's the draft on ESPN.
What y'all think so far? Let me look up Malik Nabers. Let me see what his roster is. I mean, he's obviously a stud, right? They need a wide receiver. I don't know. To me, it's almost like the people that are the front runners, even in the NFL, are going to remain front runners. So, y'all, I looked up Willis Patrick's information for his pro day. Oh, Lord have mercy. It was not good. Not good. Not good. Not good. So, I don't know. And you know what? Sometimes they don't necessarily look at that. So he might, you know, when you have a relative athletic score of 2.87, I think they might place you as an undrafted free agent, possibly, right? So that's a possible option for Willis Patrick. Don't y'all come up in here bragging about somebody who had 1 point per one. Give me my phone, Braxton. I knew I was looking for it. You snatched it right on up from me without me even noticing.
It's my food.
Okay, I am.
I'm not.
All right. Wait, they pass on a QB. Nabers is good. Yeah, so congratulations on Alabama A&M though, and Coach Don Thornton for that pickup. Just let y'all know, Alabama A&M ain't Jackson State. You know, all HBCUs are not the same, okay? And that's all I'm gonna say about that. All right.
If you pick my food.
All right. Let me see. Oh, it's still on commercial. This is round one. So at this point, it's just going to be all the Power 5 schools are really going to be getting their players off of the board. Well, look, you look at you. You're not already in the bed. You stayed up late for this draft pick. Rome Odunze. Rome Odunze. Dang. They skipped everybody. Let me get his information. He's not even on the board. They just threw a curveball, y'all. JC Latham.
coming. It couldn't just go chalk, as we were saying, one after another. Now, do I agree that this is the best use of their draft position at this point? No, I don't. But the fact is, look, Michael Penix has been someone who hasn't been talked about in the big three, the big four. He's always been number 5 and on down, quite honestly. But when you look at his tape, man, and you think about the offense that Zach Robinson's going to run, that DJ Yates is going to put in, that Raheem Morris is going to want, that Sean McVay-style offense, run, play action, move the pocket a little bit, deep shots down the field. Michael Penix can do all that. He can do it. Now, the question is, when is he going to do it? Especially if Kirk Cousins is playing. Is something wrong with Kirk Cousins? Do they have some questions about his availability? I don't know. We're just sitting here talking. This is a shocker.
Kirk Cousins coming off a torn Achilles, but let's make certain everyone who has not been following this draft process is aware of the injury history with Michael Penix Jr., because otherwise there would be no question he was worthy of this spot. He had a brilliant college career, began at Indiana, was terrific when healthy, but suffered 2 torn ACLs, plus a variety of shoulder injuries. When he went to Washington in 2 years, he was 25-3. He threw for over 9,500 yards and 67 touchdowns. He was runner-up for the Heisman last year. So the talent is unquestioned, Mel. It is the injury history that was the concern.
It was exactly that. 24th player on my board. You don't take 24th player at 8. That's just my opinion. But in terms of the Atlanta Falcons, what they saw the last 2 years was a guy who can light it up when he gets time, okay? When he has time, he can put on a show, layer it accurately to all levels. He's got a huge hand. The ball explodes out of that hand. They were 7-2, Indiana was, in 2019 with him at quarterback. They lost 3 of their last 4 games once he got hurt. You say, well, at Indiana, he had problems. He wasn't very good. He had some bad games. I remember the Iowa game when he had 3 picks early on. He had some good games. He was an integral part of an offense that put on points and won some football games at Indiana. Then he goes to Washington. He has all this talent around him. He does a great job. He doesn't do well off platform. The offensive line's going to be key there, but they have weapons. Atlanta's been drafting guys like Kyle Pitts and Drake London and Bijan Robinson. Now they had Michael Penix Jr. Too high for my liking at pick number 8. Like I said, Dallas Turner from Alabama is still sitting there. Just to clean up one thing real quick. The Tennessee Titans drafted J.C. Latham. Their offensive line coach, oh, by the way, everybody, is Bill Callahan, one of the best in the business, right? So he will help J.C. Latham cut down on penalties. For this pick, though, for the Atlanta Falcons, they got to believe. In the Raiders, it was discussed all week. The Raiders are taking him at 13. The Raiders evidently were trying to trade up. My intel said trade up to get Michael Penix Jr. They had to think about Denver picking 1 pick ahead. They're in the same division. Who would have thought Atlanta, though, would make this move? I didn't see it coming. I don't know who did.
Michael, let me get to Shefty here quickly with the concerns about the injuries. What can you tell us?
Well, the teams are not concerned about his knees, not concerned about his shoulders. Raheem Morris loved Michael Penix, and the Falcons felt like they couldn't wait. There have been speculation swirling in recent weeks that he could be the pick, and now there have been 4 quarterbacks picked in the first 8 picks, with JJ McCarthy and Bo Nix still out there, Greeny.
It's the first time in the common draft era 4 quarterbacks go in the first 8 picks. The Bears will be next. Booger, your thoughts on Michael Penix to Atlanta?
Michael Penix is a really good player. You talk to some of the quarterback coaches around the league that went to all the pro days. They said he had the best arm. The ball comes off of his hand electric. The key is, when will we see it? Kirk Cousins is going to play if he's healthy, so when will you see Michael Penix on the field?
That really is the question. Do they want to see him on the field immediately? You obviously have brought in Kirk Cousins not just for 1 season.
Yeah, look, I mean, it just makes you wonder, like, what do they feel about Kirk Cousins' status going forward? That's all.
Well, we'll find out. So the Bears made the first pick of this night, and now they will make the 9th selection. Here's Roger Goodell.
With the 9th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Rome Odunze, wide receiver, Washington.
The big questions on all the talk shows in Chicago this week. Do they draft the lineman to protect the young quarterback, or the receiver to give him the weapon? And now we have our answer. Consensus All-American out of Las Vegas, 167 catches and 20 touchdowns the past 2 seasons. And Melly is tough. Suffered a broken rib and punctured lung last September. Didn't miss a game. and led the country in receiving yards with 1,604.
Love this kid. I said he was special early on tonight. Rome will burn you. Rome is 6'3" almost, 212 pounds with length, ran 4.45, 39 vertical, 24 contested catches in 2023, most in FBS. You talk about consistency, 5 or more catches in every game. The only game he did was Utah, and he had 2 touchdown receptions. This kid is like Marvin Harrison and Marvin Harrison Sr. in terms of work ethic. He's humble. He wants to keep getting better and better. Michael Penix Jr. had him to throw to. Also had Jalen McMillan and Jalen Holt, 2 really good players. You think about the Chicago Bears now with Caleb Williams and DJ Moore adding Rome Odunze, who to me, when you look back on it, I thought he was clearly the second best receiver, right there with Marvin Harrison Jr., slightly ahead of Malik Nabers, but one of the best 4 or 5 players in this draft, and you get him at pick 8. When you're picking 8, you want to get a guy inside of 5. Rome Odunze was right there at that spot on my big board.
We've had 9 players selected. They've all been offensive players. Meanwhile, I believe we're about to have our first trade of the night. Shefty.
Greeny, the Minnesota Vikings, there was discussions about them coming up to number 4, number 5. They did not want to go that high. But with all the quarterbacks going, they felt they couldn't wait anymore and have just engineered a trade with the Jets to come up to number 10, presumably to pick a quarterback. The Minnesota Vikings at number 10 are now on the clock.
Moving up 1 spot, the Jets were at 10, the Vikings there at 11, and so they come up here. One would assume this is for JJ McCarthy.
I don't think there's any question that that's who it's for. I think Minnesota, to me, represents the organization that is best suited to really support a young quarterback.
Yeah.
They have it all: offensive line, running back, wide receivers, and they have the coaches to groom a guy like JJ McCarthy.
Meanwhile, the Bears, of course, just took one of their new star young wide receivers, and Subway takes us down to Molly, who's with Rome Odunze.
All right, thank you, Rome. You just caught balls from quarterback Caleb Williams just last week. How excited are you to play with him?
I'm thrilled. You know, I got to watch him play from across the sideline, and I know how special he is. So I'm so excited to get to work from day one and go do something special.
What has this Bears staff done to create a foundation for success right away in Chicago?
I think they've been building it for a little bit now, and I when I visited with them, you know, they're determined, they're tenacious, and I think I can get along well with them. So they've been doing it for a while. I'm just another piece to the puzzle.
All right, congrats, Rome. Happy for you.
Thank you. Go Bears.
The excitement in Chicago is unquestioned. The excitement in Atlanta for their young quarterback and the stunner, and the excitement in Minnesota where the Vikings have traded up, and they will make their pick next on ESPN.
Hilda Vanderkoy controls this hellhole. She killed my family. Tonight, her empire crumbles. Boy Kills World, rated R.
IHOP?
IHOP?
IHOP. IHOP's Pancake of the Month is here. Loyalty members earn bonus pan coins when they try them all.
You've earned this, so hold it up high. Because it's the things you make that show what you're made of. You are a fighter, and this is your reward. Modelo, the mark of a fighter.
If your business needs a new application, then developers will have to write code. A lot of code. If an application needs to be modernized, then you'll need time, resources, and caffeine. If this sounds daunting, then use Watson X Code Assistant. AI designed to multiply developer productivity so you can generate code quickly. Let's create a more modern foundation for business with Watson X Code Assistant. IBM, let's create.
AT&T just sent me a heads up on the best plan for me.
That's cool.
They know what a pro wants. Whatever makes me happy.
Sets you free.
And
All right, so while we're on commercial break, y'all, go ahead and hit the like button. What do we think about these picks? Especially for the Chicago Bears. I feel like the Chicago Bears kind of like said, forget what we scratch what we were doing with Fields. Let's start anew. Let's get a clean slate here. How do you guys feel about Michael Penix signing to Atlanta after they gave Kirk Cousins over $100 million? How are they gonna get mad at me? I'm talking about Jackson State and Coach Reed leaving. That's what that is. Yeah. Bears might have a crazy offseason. Yeah. The first pick reminds me of Jay Cutler. Ouch. That's crazy, right? All right, let's look at these picks. Hey, y'all gotta help me, navigate this because I'm literally doing 3 things at once. I'm clipping who's next up, and let's see. What is this? What happened here? Oh, okay. I guess Carolina traded. Does this mean Carolina traded with Chicago for the first round pick? I think that's what that means, y'all. Okay. So we got Caleb Williams, Jayden Daniels, Drake May, Marvin Harrison, Joe Alt, Malik Nabers from LSU, wide receiver, JC Latham, offensive tackle. Let me make sure I'm even. All right, cool. That's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to be funny, but I am not impressed. I don't see nobody coming off the board that's like, ooh, look at that pick. I ain't got that yet. I haven't gotten that. All right, let me see. Michael Penix goes to Atlanta Falcons. Minnesota Vikings is on the clock. They basically traded up with the New York Jets. That's interesting, right? That they did that. Yeah, so. Oh, let me get back to that. It's getting ready to go down. So, see, y'all, this is not for the weak. Having to put this stuff on here, turn the thing on so y'all can listen to it, but not actually watch it. Let me know if y'all can hear it.
To help make the Minnesota Vikings selection, we are honored to have with us the surviving mother, brothers, and nephew of fallen hero, United States Army Sergeant Zachary Ewing.
Minnesota's on the clock.
Zachary died after a battle with cancer, a cancer that was discovered after he was injured during his second deployment to Iraq.
Oh, man.
We salute him and thank his family and TAPS, the Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors, which offers care to those grieving the loss of a military loved one. I'm now going to turn this over to Sergeant Ewing's nephew, Asher, who will announce the pick in honor of his uncle. Come on up.
With the 10th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select
JJ McCarthy,
quarterback, Michigan.
Well, you hear the ovation. There have to be some mixed emotions in this room. They love him here, having led Michigan to a national championship, and now he goes to the arch rival Minnesota Vikings of their Detroit Lions. All right, so Jim Harbaugh said he's the greatest quarterback in Michigan history. He is now the first to go in round one since Harbaugh himself did in 1987. McCarthy made the college football playoff both his seasons as a starter. He threw 49 touchdowns for the Wolverines, ran for 10 more. And Lewis, pick up the thought you had a moment ago. He goes to a place where they are set up for success.
Absolutely. Look, it starts with the head coach in particular. Josh McCown talked to him at the Combine. He's now the quarterback coach there in Minnesota. And he said, look, the thing that impresses him the most about Kevin O'Connell and his system is that they provide answers for the quarterback. There's nothing that a quarterback will come off the field and have a question about that he can't answer and provide a solution to. And when you have a guy who has that kind of ability.
But overall, 27-1 as the starter. To me, JJ McCarthy overdrafted. And I'll tell you what this does. It helps one quarterback, Bo Nix. Because now Bo Nix, there's a gap between Bo Nix, even though I have him down the line a little bit. Bo Nix to Spencer Rattler is a gap. So if you want to get a potential starting quarterback that has similarities in some ways to a young Drew Brees, Bo Nix is helped by these 5 quarterbacks going in the top 10. So he too may get overdrafted.
Well, bear in mind, the record for most quarterbacks to be drafted in round 1 is 6. We've had 5 taken so far. We're only 10 picks in here tonight. The Jets moving back 1 spot here. The Jets, there have been a lot of speculation. Do they go with the tight end in Brock Bowers? Do they go with offensive line help to try and protect Aaron Rodgers?
They got 2 tackles that haven't played every game in their career. They need to protect Aaron Rodgers. We saw how his season ended last year. He's got to be protected. When you're choosing between an offensive weapon,
I would have been drafting a quarterback. I ain't gonna lie to you. Aaron Rodgers is
33 years old.
Exactly, yes.
Those are Tyron Smith and Morgan Moses. Let's see if that's the direction they go. Here's Roger Goodell.
With the 11th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Olu Fashanu, tackle, Penn State.
Yeah, I don't know.
Those Jet fans should be happier than they look. He's 6'6", 312 pounds, a consensus All-American in the Big Ten's offensive lineman of the year in 2023. Look at the excitement. That's what this night is about. The wildest dreams of these young men and their families coming true directly before your eyes. He started 21 games for the Nittany Lions, allowed just 1 sack. He was the teammate at Gonzaga College High School in D.C. of Caleb Williams, who went number 1 tonight.
That's what I'm
now
talking
Olu
about.
Fashanu goes to the Jets.
Watch him play high school football at Gonzaga with Caleb. And Olu Fashanu is a talented athlete, kind of a Ronnie Stanley type player at 6'6", 312 with long arms, small but strong hands. He needs to get coached. We talked about J.C. Latham going to Tennessee, right, with Bill Callahan. Great offensive line coach. Think about Olu Fashanu with the New York Jets. Needs to be coached. He's got some things he's got to work on. Doesn't always sustain as well as you would like. Needs to play with more consistent leverage, right? Makes some nice blocks in space, but needs to make better initial contact. Pad level is also always not what it needs to be. There's some subtle things, coaching-wise, that can improve on. He's only 21 years of age. He can learn from Tyron Smith. Morgan Moses is there, both 33 years of age, both injury-prone. Garrett Tucker's had issues as well at guard. This is a security blanket as a 6th man, a developmental left tackle behind Tyron Smith in case somebody gets hurt to protect the 40-year-old quarterback coming off with Achilles. I would have gone for Brock Bowers. That's my guy. I love Brock Bowers, but I can see why they would need that left tackle because both those veteran left tackle, right tackle, 33, like I said, coming off injury.
Yeah, and when you look at his tape the year before, I think that's where people see and they dream what his ceiling can be. When you talk about this league, Mel, this is a passing league, and his ability to mirror and stay in front of defensive ends and pass block, to me, can be second to none. He's got Pro Bowl potential at that position.
I'll give you one thing. 1 sack allowed and 700 pass plays at Penn State. So even though technically he does need some work, he's only 21, and the upside is there.
Yes.
All right, so the next 2 teams who are on the clock are the Denver Broncos and the Las Vegas Raiders. They are both teams we have associated with the quarterbacks in this draft. Bo Nix is still available. Will he go to one of them? We'll find out next. You're watching The Draft on ESPN.
Don't let me go. No. Don't let me go.
Lord,
Don't let me go.
All right, y'all. Coming off the draft board. Listen, Mr. Haynes. Yeah, he's over here talking mess in the chat. Per usual, he's over here talking mess. I normally would cover, this is my first time doing it on my channel, but when I did cover it, I would cover it as in I'm looking at later rounds. This is a little bit different for me, y'all. This is a little bit different for me. And why is it a little bit different? Because I'm focusing on, I'm actually doing the first round, y'all. And so since I'm doing the first round, I'm not as invested, right? I'm really not that invested unless it's the Detroit Lions or the Pittsburgh Steelers. I left the Panthers a long time ago. Okay. So I'm not that invested. I haven't seen the Pittsburgh Steelers even get a pick yet. I haven't seen it. So of course I'm not that invested. Normally, if I was going to be covering it to a larger extent, I would absolutely do like 4th, 5th, and 6th round, hoping that one of our HBCU players, regardless of what HBCU they're coming from, that's what I'm interested in. It's you know, some folks are HBCU football centric and some are SWAC centric. Of course, I like the Detroit Lions. That's who drafted James Houston and kept him on there. Duh. Don't play with me. All right. So next up, we got the Denver Broncos. Now, the Denver Broncos, as we all know, they had a lot going on with Russell Wilson and making him sit out and all type of stuff, Lord. So we're just going to see how this goes. What do you guys think that they need? They need a quarterback. They need, what else do they need? Hell, they needed some wide receivers. They needed an offensive line. There's a lot of things that I feel like Denver Broncos is going to get ready to get the Carolina Panthers curse, just how they did Russell Wilson. I like Pittsburgh Steelers because Pittsburgh Steelers went and got Russell Wilson and they went and got Justin Fields from the Chicago Bears. So that's why I like the Pittsburgh Steelers now. I like them now. Oh, and they have a black head coach. So I like them, but I'm rooting for Detroit Lions. My son, he is rooting for Dallas Cowboys. Lord, don't get him.
Historic
hey,
draft
y'all let
of
me know.
1983, Greeny.
And it would obliterate how quickly it happened. Dan Marino was the 6th quarterback taken that year.
I don't know if y'all can hear it or not. I don't
Overall,
know.
we are staring at the 12th pick of this draft. So
Now let me know
it
if
is
you hear it.
historic how quickly these quarterbacks have
Hit the
gone
like
off the
button,
board, and
y'all.
maybe the next one is here.
Yeah, we're talking. I think the Raiders got to be sitting there shocked. At pick number 13, all the quarterbacks could be off the board. And
Y'all go ahead and put it in the chat. Who do you
and
think
now
coming
you're
off
talking
the
about
board for
Denver having an
Denver?
opportunity. I said back when I did
I
those
think
mock
Denver has
3.0,
exploded.
this kid Bo Nix reminded Joe a little bit of Drew Brees. I compared everything.
The Manning
size, both
days
have big
are
hands.
over.
Bo Nix 6'2", Drew Brees 6'1.5". 20 rushing touchdowns. Drew Brees had 600 rushing yards that final year. 61 starts. Sean Payton, Bill Parcells, like experience. So we'll see what happens.
Here comes the commissioner with the selection.
With the 12th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Bo Nix.
Who said that?
Oregon.
Who said that? Somebody over here.
And so here we
Man,
are,
how'd you know it
12
was Bo
picks
Nix?
into this draft. 6 quarterbacks already off the board. Not a single defensive player has been selected.
I'm not
Let's
trying to
talk
be
about
funny,
Bo Nix.
y'all.
He has played a lot
Look
of
at how many
football.
quarterbacks
3 years
they're
starter at
taking
Auburn
in the
before
first round.
transferring. Was a Heisman
That's
finalist last
definitely
year at
gonna
Oregon
affect
with
next year.
45 touchdowns
Okay.
and 3 interceptions. In all, he made
All right.
61 starts at
See what I
quarterback.
tell
That's an NCAA record. The previous mark was 53.
They taking a lot of quarterbacks
Mel,
this
he's
year.
been in the spotlight forever,
What does that
and here
mean
he
for
comes.
next
We had Drake May, 21 years of age. JJ McCarthy, 21 years of age. Michael Penix Jr. soon to be 24 next week, and Bo Nix is 24. And Bo Nix was at Auburn, right? Patrick Nix's father had been the quarterback. Immense pressure to be the guy in the SEC at Auburn. Didn't happen. Didn't come together. Watch this play here. The pirouette move. This is 4th down, touchdown pass. He showed flashes of brilliance. He goes to Oregon, right system, a lot of short passes to get him in rhythm, and he was dynamic. And you think about a kid who has 61 starts. The completion
I ain't
percentage,
trying to
like
start
Drew Brees,
nothing.
where you
I'm
want to
just
be, the
saying,
accuracy, the arm strength is going to hopefully get better.
Imagine
Get
getting
with Drew
run out
Brees.
of
Bo
Auburn
Nix
and
doesn't
getting
have
picked
really
in the
good
first
arm
round.
strength right now. It's decent to good. It's not great. Drew Brees, that was why he was the first pick in the second round. People question his arm strength. It did get better. I think Sean Payton saw a little bit of Brees. I said it a month ago, Greeny, in Bo Nix.
Shefty, what did Sean Payton say?
Why is it
All right,
bad?
Greeny, back
Why
in
is it bad,
2017, Sean Payton was sitting in the 11th
Got an
spot,
87
and the
overall
Kansas City
grade. Let me
Chiefs
pull up his,
jumped right in front of him and grabbed Patrick Mahomes. He didn't get the chance to draft Patrick Mahomes. Sean Payton feels the same kind of way about Bo Nix that he once felt
the Las
about
Vegas
Patrick
Raiders
Mahomes.
is next.
They flew out to Oregon to have a private workout with Bo Nix.
New
Gave him
Orleans
the
is
Broncos
on the
offensive
clock, y'all.
playbook the night before, and by 8 a.m. the next morning, he could recite Denver's offense. They took him onto the field. He threw the ball with accuracy, with precision, and Denver focused in on Bo Nix all along. The Broncos center, Alex Forsythe, 7th-round pick last year, played at Bo Nix, raved to the Broncos coaches and front office about Bo Nix. This was the quarterback that Denver was determined to get in the first round, and Sean
Why were
Payton
they
did
so
not
determined?
lose out on his quarterback tonight the way he did in 2017.
And there had been speculation that maybe they'd be able to get him in round 2 or that someone would. Instead, he is the 12th pick of this draft. You hear the comparisons being made. Again, we've had the 6 quarterbacks that have gone in the first 12
These are the
picks.
next.
Easily the
1,
fastest
2,
we've seen
3,
that
4,
happen.
5,
Again, the 1983 class,
seventh
the
pick.
final
Raiders
quarterback
is
was
up
pick number
next.
27.
Raiders is
Bo
up
Nix
next,
goes
y'all.
at number 12. Booger.
Here's the thing I'll say, Greeny. For Sean Payton to reminisce back to Patrick Mahomes and then see Bo Nix, I'm not sure what he's seeing. That's number one. Bo Nix, are you getting anything that's going to improve down the road? He's 24 years old, 61 starts. He's been a dink and dunk quarterback at Oregon. Is he going to be Drew
They
Brees?
called
I don't
him
know.
a
But if you're
dink
thinking
and
he's going to
dunk
come
quarterback.
in after you pay $86 million to get rid of Russell Wilson, I think that's unfair pressure to put on this pick in Bo Nix.
But I think what he's going to want is what
Dink
you
and
saw
dunk
at Drew Brees,
university.
right? Some people thought Drew Brees was a dink and dunk quarterback, but he was a guy who handled pressure tremendously, could throw the football in the middle field tremendously because they protected him inside. Bo Nix can do that. He gets the ball out on time and deliver it accurately.
There's no quarterback left for the Raiders. Let's see where they go.
With the 13th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Brock Bowers, tight end, Georgia.
What a career for this young man who's from Napa Valley, 3-time All-American. He's the 3rd Georgia player to do that, joining Herschel Walker and our old friend David Pollack. Bowers also won the Mackey Award as the nation's best tight end twice. He's the only player ever to do so. He's now the highest drafted tight end since Kyle Pitts went 4th in 2021.
7th highest rated player on the board. You get him at pick number 13. That's what you call value. Now, they didn't get the quarterback, but they're overdrafting. Bo Nix was at 31 on my board. That's that feeding frenzy for quarterbacks. All 6 of these guys aren't going to be great. 3 or 4 are probably going to be good. Maybe a couple will be disappointments. They won't all be great. Brock Bowers has a chance to be special. He is a kid you can put in the backfield. You can put him at tight end. You can do him at H-back. You can line him up outside. He's just a weapon. He can catch the ball and do things after the catch with that speed he possesses. He averaged 83 receiving yards in 7 career conference championship games and bowl games. Great one after the catch ability, tracks the ball extremely well. You can move him around everywhere, whether it's Gardner Minshew or Aiden O'Connell. That's quarterback's best friend right there.
And that's exactly it. What do they need? If you
All
can't
right,
get the
before the
quarterback,
next pick, go ahead and say
with
it.
the quarterback that you do have with Gardner
I need
Minshew
y'all
and
to go
Aiden
ahead
O'Connell,
and
get
put
them weapons and get them multi-positional weapons. Look, they
in
have
the
some
chat
nice. They have some nice pieces now with Jacoby Myers,
before you guys
Devontae
can
Adams,
actually
and
pick.
Brock
Go
Bowers. They
ahead
still
and
need to
drop
find a
in the
runner.
chat.
There are some running backs that are going to provide tremendous value later on in this draft. I'm sure they'll be able to pick one up. But this guy's just a weapon, period. And then again, if you don't have the trigger guy, then find somebody who can make that trigger guy look a lot better. And this guy can do it. He will own the middle of the field. Absolutely own it.
And I realize he's going to be a weapon, but we got Michael Mayer from Notre Dame. Now we have Brock Bowers, and we still don't have anybody to throw him the football. The offensive line is still a work in progress. I just question the pick and how they're going to be able to use this pick in Las Vegas.
Oh, look, I think there have been so much
Panthers
speculation that they were going to
no
draft a quarterback. Would they move up to try and get Jayden Daniels? All of that connection, and I don't know what their intelligence told them, but the idea that they would not have the option to take any of them at 13 may have taken them by as much surprise as it did us. We've got 6 quarterbacks down, and we're not even halfway through round 1. Will a defensive player be selected at any point tonight?
At some point.
We assume they will, but we're not quite sure yet. 6 quarterbacks have gone off the board. They all went in the...
All right, so what do you guys think about 6 quarterbacks going in the first round? How many quarterbacks are they going to draft next year? What does that mean for that? Saints need a quarterback too. Ooh. They sure didn't. They get rid of Jameis. Who else was up and stuck? All right, let's go through these picks. If you're just now tuning in, thank you for tuning in to She Loves the NFL Draft Live chat. Make sure you chatting in the chat, okay? And this is a live that is not monetized. So if you would like to make a donation to the channel, that will be greatly appreciated, because I clearly cannot monetize this live as it is the NFL commentating. So yeah. Hey, let me drop my stuff. I don't even know where it is. Let's see. I don't see it. Oh, here it is. Cool. All right, so let's go through these draft picks, and y'all let me know. Let's do a poll. Which one do you guys like the most in this first round? I don't know. I didn't really see anything that made me say, ooh, that's a good pick. The quarterbacks, what do you guys think? Mediocre, good picks. I was surprised that Atlanta Falcons, they had the chance to draft anybody. They could draft anybody in the world. And after paying Kirk Cousins over $100 million, they decided to draft a quarterback. Like, what are you guys doing? What are you guys doing? Just making sure that you are, I don't know. The terrible. All right, so we got Caleb Williams, of course, first round pick for the Chicago Bears. Justin Fields, what year was he? Was he 2022 or 2021 that they got Justin Fields? He ain't been there that long. Of course, Carolina traded their first round pick to the Chicago Bears. I don't know what Carolina got for it, but I'm pretty sure based off of their how they've been running it, obviously they haven't been using their choices wisely. Washington Commanders took Jayden Daniels, who is also a quarterback from LSU. The New England Patriots took Drake Maye, quarterback from North Carolina. This is interesting because we remember seeing Drake Maye against FAMU. Of course, that was 2 years ago, but I wasn't impressed. Marvin Harrison Jr., wide receiver out of Ohio State for the Arizona Cardinals. And you guys also have to keep me to when it comes back on, because I'm just talking. All right, it's not on. Joe Alt. Now, this is what folks need to be drafting in the first round is offensive tackles, offensive guards. You guys are talking about let's wait till another round. No, y'all need to wait. Y'all need to get them now, especially for some of you teams with older quarterbacks. Pittsburgh Steelers, they need to make sure their offensive line is straight. The New York Jets with Aaron Rodgers, everybody you draft in the first round or second round should be on that offensive line. Carolina Panthers, trash offensive line. The Chicago Bears, trash offensive line. Like, what are we doing here? You're taking all these quarterbacks and no offensive line. Michael Penix Jr., quarterback, the 8th pick for the Atlanta Falcons. Chicago Bears had another pick. They just swimming in picks in the first round. How did they get all those picks? Oh, wait. Okay, we're going back to the drawing board. Of course, the New Orleans Saints are up, so we don't want to miss that. The pick is in, y'all. The pick is in.
Here, there were several excellent defensive players in this draft. We'll see if we finally hear one called tonight. The New Orleans Saints will be selecting next.
Yeah, I think the defensive secondary as well. You'll bet Terrion Arnold and Quinion Mitchell and Cooper DeJean, three really good cornerbacks, and Dallas Turner, an edge rusher, who had a heck of a year. Will Anderson Jr. moved on to the Houston Texans. He kind of picked right up where Will Anderson Jr. left off. Now, he needs to develop a counter move, so he's still a work in progress. But I think we also look at Laiatu Latu from UCLA. Some really good years. I know he has that neck concern from his days at Washington. So, defensive player, Byron Murphy the second, defensive tackle out of Texas.
So why was he able to sign for $100 million?
The Rams need an heir apparent to Aaron Donald, the defensive tackle. So with this feeding frenzy for quarterbacks, some of these defensive players are going to become value picks at this point in the draft.
If you need a defensive player, in particular at corner, you are absolutely right now. You're going to have your pick of the litter. And there are some fantastic players, no question about it. And the pass rushers that you were just talking about. Look, Laiatu Latu, were it not for his neck, he'd already be gone. We would already have heard his name. He would have hugged the commissioner, and we would have known where his destination is. We haven't mentioned Jared Verse. Jared Verse is going to be a darn good pass rusher, too, in the NFL from Florida State. You're going to have your pick of a very good defensive player, and when the run starts, I think in particular at corner, you're going to see a bunch of them come off the board.
And I agree with you guys completely, but I think right now with this New Orleans Saints pick, the defensive guys are probably going to have to wait a little longer based on what they have at the tackle. I mean, when you talk about Ramczyk, you talk about Trevor Penning, the injury history there, they're going to have to go tackle here.
You're going to find out right now. Here's the commissioner.
With the 14th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Taliese Fuaga, tackle, Oregon State.
Another offensive player and a big, strong, great one, big and physical, 2-year starter, first-team All-America last year. He's out of Tacoma, Washington. That offensive line for Oregon State was very good. They averaged 182 yards a game on the ground over the last 2 years. He's just the second player Oregon State's had in the top 2 rounds in the last 10 years.
Yeah, I told you I've been knowing what I'm talking about.
About a kid 6'5" and a half, 324 pounds, right? 5'1", 332 vertical, but only one sack allowed the entire career at right tackle for the Beavers.
Fuaga.
They averaged 6'3" a carry. Running backs did at Oregon State, running behind Fuaga. Now he's got that powerful punch. Now you thought about delivering a blow sometimes instead of sustaining. He's got to be more cognizant of that. But Lewis, Ali Fuaga, a neat area pick for the New Orleans Saints.
Yeah, look, strong at the point of attack at 6'5", 324 pounds. He's kind of like J.C. Latham. When he puts his hands on you, it's over. He's going to do this. He's going to just torque you and turn you around and just put you on the ground. He can get up to the second level. He's a guy who's going to get up on linebackers, and if he gets his hit, that's a regular occurrence for him. Putting people on the ground, quick feet and hands and pass protected. He's going up against Laiatu Latu here, and you can see it. I saw it at the Senior Bowl. He has very, very nimble feet and great punch timing. And if you try and run him down the middle and try and beat him with power, he's just going to anchor down. He's just going to hop. He's going to keep his head back, and you're not going anywhere. This guy is a foundational piece at right tackle. He's a 10-year, 15-year player that's going to be a multiple-time All-Pro because he's just an absolute beast out there. That's a fantastic pick for New Orleans Saints.
Why are they protecting Derek Carr? How about you guys get a new
run block win rate? Sometimes when need and best available meet, this is what you get. This is an outstanding pick by the New Orleans Saints.
He's the 5th offensive lineman the Saints have taken in the first round since 2015.
They've been building that offensive line.
League. You see the reaction in their room. Once again, 14
That's what I was saying. Some of these folks needed to be drafting offensive linemen,
offensive side
not
of the ball. We've
quarterbacks.
seen quite a few offensive linemen
just
having gone off the board as well. And we have so much more to do tonight. Not even halfway through round 1. We'll be back in 30 seconds after a word from American Home Shield.
Ooh, fun.
Yikes. Yikes. You look, y'all. I be knowing a little bit what I'm talking about sometimes. And for me, I was thinking, yeah, they need to get some offensive linemen off the board. Forget all these quarterbacks. You got all these quarterbacks that go first round, and when they get in the NFL, they're getting sacks left and right. I mean, if his prospect grade is a 6.48, go ahead and draft. Where's the Howard? Let me go look at that Howard players draft rate. I need to look at that, right? That's what I need to be looking at. It said they're only having a 30-second commercial though, y'all. So I don't want to leave from where I'm at.
And Brian Thomas Jr., the other receiver at LSU, 17 touchdown receptions, averaged 17 yards a catch this year. Yes, he was a one-year wonder, but it was one great year for LSU with Malik Nabers on the other side and Jayden Daniels throwing him the football.
You know, knowing Chris Battle, the GM, he loves the traits. And when you talk about a defense that needs to get faster, all things being equal, you mentioned Terrion Arnold, you mentioned Quinyon Mitchell. He ran 4.3, that is Mitchell. I like the faster guys, so it wouldn't be surprising, Greeny, if Chris Battle, the GM of the coach, would go with the faster corner where they can match up on the outside with some of the faster receivers in the AFC.
Yeah, look, Quinyon Mitchell, A to Z, is the best corner in the draft. There's nothing he can't do. Play press, play off, play man, play zone. Finish on the football down the field. He'll come up, support, and tackle. He's the best all-around corner. But I'll just tell you this, Nate Wiggins is right there with him for me. Nate is an absolute beast, a little bit longer, not quite as big. Nate, maybe 185, ran 4.28 at the combine. I will tell you this, though. This guy can cover any type of receiver that you want. Small guys, tall guys, inside, outside. And think about this. Gus Bradley loves those long, rangy corners. Remember, Gus Bradley from Seattle. Gus Bradley likes the guys like Sherm, like those tall 6'1" corners that can just fly.
I just
Nate
looked
Wiggins
at his draft grade.
You're picking whoever you want. How cool is that? Especially considering this is a position you need.
Yeah, I want to
Indianapolis Colts, y'all go ahead and drop that name in the chat. What are they going to get?
Corner, and they're picking at 22. They thought they would try to move up to get a corner. Now with these corners dropping, are they going to wait it out? Or are they going to try to go up and get their guy? Indianapolis' number one need is corner, so you don't expect that to be the spot. So I'll be anxious to see if Philadelphia sits at 22 and waits it out, or do they move up a little bit?
And Greeny, this draft reminds me of my year, 1999. There was 5 quarterbacks that went before me. I was the first defensive tackle picked at 15. When does Byron Murphy, the second, come off the board? When does Johnny Newton come off the board? We hadn't seen a defensive tackle yet. A couple of teams that are coming up need defensive tackles. Seattle, Cincinnati, the Rams. Who's going to be the first one to come up and get one that can play that 3-technique position?
Haven't seen a defensive player selected at all so far in this draft, which again sets a record by a wide margin for the longest it has taken for a defensive player to come off the board. The Indianapolis Colts took the majority of their time. The pick is in, and we'll have the announcement coming up shortly. They're the first team to take the majority of their time in quite some time, so we've been able to catch our breath here a little bit and see what Indy does.
Look, I think there's a lot of quality at the positions that they need. And you just wonder if they're just having some debate. Well, not necessarily debate, but just making sure, we're all on the same page. Let's get the guy on the phone. Let's talk to him here a little bit. We're in no rush. We don't need to turn this card in faster to appease anybody. Let's just take our time, get our guy, and then just keep on rolling.
I would wondered if they would maybe be interested in a player like Brock Bowers when he was available to try him with their young quarterback who showed such promise last year despite and then get the injury and the injury problems, but trying to build a little bit up on that offensive side. So we'll see if that's what they decide to do. That it's a division where all of a sudden the Houston Texans jumped up from seemingly nowhere and turned themselves into a team that looks like they're going to be formidable for the foreseeable future. We'll see what Jacksonville is there. We'll see what Tennessee is there. So it's an interesting time for the Colts here. And again, they have their pick of every defensive player in the draft. Okay, I see the commissioner now beginning to make his way towards us.
The pick is in, y'all. The pick is in.
Selection.
With the 15th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Laiatu Latu, defensive end, UCLA.
And finally, a defensive player has been selected. He was a transfer from Washington. He had 2 great years for UCLA, 23.5 sacks in those 2 seasons. He was named Pac-12 Defensive Player of the Year last year. Now, the injury history is a huge part of the story. Suffered a serious neck injury while at Washington. Team doctors there would not clear him. There were reports he had retired. Ultimately, he transferred to UCLA, played brilliantly, and here he is now, Mel, a first-round pick in the draft.
12th highest-rated player on my big board, and they get him here at 15. The only thing is, as Lou and Boog were talking, is the neck. that you're okay, and you can reconcile that with your medical staff. 6'4.5", 259 pounds, ran 4.64, can play up or down, left and right side at UCLA. They moved him around. He's got a spin move. He's slippery. He's got bend. He knows how to use his hands. He has counter moves to get off blocks and find the football. That's right. He locates the ball. He's got natural instincts to play on this side of the ball. He has a knack for getting after the quarterback. 2 seasons at LSU. Talk about production. 34 tackles for loss, 23.5 sacks. Now, could break down a little bit better when making a tackle, but as far as getting after the quarterback, if you're okay with the neck, he was the best pure pass rusher in this draft.
Yeah, he's the most skilled rusher in the draft. What does that mean? His ability to go from first move to second move to third move, to use your hands, to set up the rush, the fastball, the counter move. He can do it all from a pass rushing standpoint. He comes into the National Football League on day one, and he will be one of the upper tier skill rushers in the league. Oftentimes when rookies come in, they have the athleticism, but they don't have the moves. They have to learn the moves. Laiatu Latu comes in, he's got the move 1, 2, and 3. Now, if he can just stay healthy, that'll be the key.
You know, what was so impressive about him down in Mobile, he was always one of the first people on the field. He was always down there at the goalpost working his moves. And he was one of those guys, whether it was one-on-one, whether it was then 9-on-7, and then when they went to teams, he was always winning. And he was winning in a variety of ways. I don't think the offensive linemen down there still know what happened because he was beating them all. And you just kind of stood back and you were in awe at just how advanced he was with how he set up his moves.
Shefty, what do you have?
Greeny, this was the top pass rusher in this draft. And without the neck issues, he would have been a top 10 pick. But there were a handful of teams that had him off the board, medically red flag. There were some teams that were concerned that he's one injury away from seeing his NFL career end prematurely. That scared off some teams, but not the Indianapolis Colts, who saw the value, who saw the talent, who saw the drive and the work ethic, and made him the first defensive player selected in the 2024 NFL Draft.
And his team needs him. His team was 27th, the Colts were, in pressure percentage last season. Subway to the stage. Molly standing by. Molly.
Thanks, Laiatu. Just 3 years ago, you were advised to medically retire. Now you're a member of the Indianapolis Colts. What are the emotions going through you right now?
It's an out-of-body experience. I can't understand how I'm feeling. I mean, I'm just ready to roll and contribute to a winning atmosphere. I mean, shoot, my knees are shaking. I feel weak. I just got to praise the Lord.
The first defensive player taken off the board, and it's at pick 15. Yeah. Why are you the best pass rusher in this draft?
So my versatility speaks for itself. I can play in the run game. My pass rush repertoire is so big, and I got versatility in coverage as well. So I mean, I'm all around, and I'm gonna be available and durable.
I can feel your energy. I'm ready to run through a wall with you. Congratulations.
I appreciate you. Thank you,
guys.
And he put an end to the run of offensive players, 14 straight. That was the longest streak of offensive players taken at any point ever in the common draft era. The Seahawks are on the clock. Their pick is next.
Yeah, I know there's no sound because it's on commercial. It's currently on commercial. And All right, what y'all think about this? Oh, let me show you. So it looks like Laiatu Latu, Taliese Fuaga. They both do look Samoan. One's offensive tackle from Oregon State, the other's an edge from UCLA. I found it interesting that there was a whole bunch of doctors that wouldn't clear him, and they still drafted him in the first round. So what does that mean? They had some medical concerns, and he still got drafted in the first round. Dang. Because he had a neck injury. All right, let's see who the next one. So it's Seattle Seahawks are next. Jacksonville Jaguars is on the clock. Cincinnati Bengals, the LA Rams. Pittsburgh Steelers finally gets a pick at the 20. Yeah. A lot of GMs are going to get fired. Well, I'm just trying to figure out what type of game are they playing? I'm not understanding this. It's kind of confusing. Did they fire the Panthers GM yet? I hope so. I hope so. All right. Let's all hope. If they can draft a person who has medical red flags, surely they can.
Welcome back to Detroit, where the Seahawks are on the clock for pick number 16 of this year's NFL draft. And we've had not a lot of trades, but we have had some big surprises. Among them, that this young man is still available. Dallas Turner, according to our draft predictor, there was only a 5% chance the pass rusher out of Alabama would still be available by the time we reach the midway point of round one. But indeed he is, in large part because the first 14 players selected tonight all played on the offensive side of the ball. No, we just had Laiatu Latu go number 15, the first defensive player, and we'll see which direction Seattle
the curveball that was thrown that kind of threw everything out of whack a little bit was Michael Penix Jr. to Atlanta. That was Dallas Turner, Byron Murphy the second slotted there, and then all of a sudden now teams don't need right now a pass rusher who needs to develop a counter move, but tested off the charts, had a productive year. They're going for need area, and then now you have teams that are looking other places. Dallas Turner at some point, guys, is going to be too good to pass up. Put him in a rotation, let him learn. He's going to be good because he wants to be. He tested like I talked about, guys, 4.46, 40.5 vertical. Yes, he needs some work. He needs a defensive line coach and get him going like Trayvon Walker, right? Came in 3.5 sacks, stepped it up in year 2. Dallas Turner is that kind of guy. But when you get the ninth best player on the board, and I think he was right around there on most boards, available this late, and he's a pass rusher, you got to think about it.
I think here at Seattle, you would figure with Mike McDonald coming in there, what he had in Baltimore. He had an inside guy in Matabike. He had some outside guys. You just wonder, for me, it sounds like defensive line, is it inside or outside? That's the question. But he needs upfield push in order to establish what he wants to establish out there.
The Seahawks and the league is going to make a special presentation for this pick. Here's Alan Roach to explain.
Please direct your attention to the main stage video screens for a special message from United States service members forward stationed at Osan Air Base in South Korea.
Great things happen at Lumen Field. This is our field.
48 miles from adversaries.
Y'all, I don't even know what that is. Some type of military commercial or something. So anyway, I muted it. I see some folks in the chat. Okay, wait, it's back. Let me unmute it. I was like, what is that? What are you doing? Seattle Seahawks, y'all.
Thank you to our men and women who serve in the United States military. Your sacrifices to defend our country's freedom do not go unnoticed. Thank you so much. With the 16th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, The Seattle Seahawks select Byron Murphy, defensive tackle, Texas.
There you go, Booger, your defensive tackle off the board. He had 5 sacks and scored a touchdown on offense as the Longhorns made their run to the college football playoff. Last season was named the Big 12 Defensive Lineman of the Year. He's from DeSoto, Texas, where he went to the same high school as Von Miller.
Yeah, Grady. To me, he's the best defensive tackle in this draft from the standpoint of having that knockback and using his hands. And some people say, well, he doesn't have the ideal length. Here's why I'll challenge you. Go back and look at some of the best defensive tackles of the last generation. Aaron Donald, Warren Sapp, even going all the way back, Grady Jarrett, John Randall. What do those guys have in common? They're about 6'1" to 6'2", 290 pounds, and they have what I call male knockback. They will get vertical and get into the backfield. You have to play with your hands and use your hands vitally inside. Byron Murphy does that, the strength to shed the double team and go make a play. Can he play the run? Absolutely. Does he have the verticality to get to the quarterback? He led college football in pass rush run rate inside getting to the quarterback. Now, his moves have to be redefined. He doesn't have the clean move, the inside, the outside, the counters. But what you get is you get a player that has lower body twitch, that can play the 3 technique, that can get to the edge of the guard and get vertical, and we can clean up his rush moves.
Active, powerful hands, 6'1.5", almost 300 pounds. He ran 4.87, strong, 28 reps, and a 33 vertical. Doesn't have the arm length, but as you said, Book, some of these guys didn't. Aaron Donald didn't have super long arms either. Now, you look at 5 sacks. 2 of them came against Baylor. That bothers me. You got Devondre Sweat occupying next to you, and you can't 5 sacks and 2 against Baylor. That's a concern. He did have 33 quarterback pressure. Now, a lot of these schools, I said it about Trayvon Walker, they give him out like Halloween candy. But I'll tell you this, if he can take that like Trayvon in year 2, 3.5 to 10.5 sacks, a guy like Byron Murphy II, the production wasn't there, the talent is. How is he coached at Seattle with Mike McDonald and that staff will determine his fate.
Lewis, the graphics have just changed in the room. The Minnesota Vikings have just traded up to 17 with Jacksonville.
Look, who were we just talking about just a minute ago? Dallas Turner, right? Who did Minnesota just lose? Danielle Hunter. Where is he now? He's down in Houston. They need a guy off the edge. They need a guy. They got Andrew Van Ginkel now, but they need a guy. They need a guy who they can develop, somebody with some speed and just pure athleticism that they can work with and let Brian Flores go to work with them. It just seems to me like a guy like that who has those kind of measurables and those kind of tools to work with be too hard to pass on.
Vikings making their second trade of the night. Let's see who they've come up for here at 17.
The Jacksonville Jaguars have traded the 17th pick to the Minnesota Vikings. With the 17th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Dallas Turner, linebacker, Alabama.
Wait, what happened, y'all?
You had it on the money, Lewis. He sacked the quarterback 10 times last season. Coaches voted him the SEC Defensive Player of the Year. He's young. He just turned 21 in February, but he started 26 games for the Tide after being a consensus 5-star prospect coming out of Fort Lauderdale.
Yeah, really the explosiveness. You can't pass up traits when you look at this. Is he a finished product? Absolutely not. But when you look at the first step, his ability to come off the football and line up, the versatility, playing defensive end. Can he hold the edge?
What's up, Mr. Haynes?
You got to be able to set the edge. 6'3", 6'4", 250 pounds. He can set the edge, get into the backfield, and make the tackle. Can you bend the arc, turn the corner? We want our edge rushers to be able to dip that inside shoulder, lean and get to the quarterback. Dallas Turner can do that with that explosive first step. But playing outside linebacker, especially in all the eye front, he's got the ability to drop in coverage. So he provides scheme versatility, and on the money down, third down, he can get after the quarterback.
Needs to be coached, guys, because that's the key to him. No counter move right now. You think about the bend to first. He has that. Ran 4.46 at 247 pounds.
Oh, 4.46.
40.5. Amazing for a pass rusher off the edge. And he did a good job, 10 sacks this year. But the counter move has to be developed. You talk about being able to get hands on offensive tackles, we're able to do that at collegiate level. Against the run, he was inconsistent. And a guy who has the talent and showed the promise if coached properly. And I keep bringing up Trayvon Walker as an example of what coaching means to a player. That's going to, like I say, determine this Dallas Turner. It's going to be determined Byron Murphy. They were both very similar. They need some work, but they have awesome physical and athletic talent.
Hey, look, this is a high-pressure scheme up there in Minnesota. This is a team that sends more than you can block, and they really do prioritize pass rush. That's been Brian Flores' MO since he has become a guy who's become a play caller, he'll fit in perfect up there on the turf in Minnesota.
Let's go to the stage. Subway, Molly.
And when you think about what Minnesota, before we're talking about are the trades for quarterbacks, are the trades for offensive tackle?
The Vikings traded up to get you. What went through you when you got that call in the green room?
I really wasn't expecting it, to be honest, but I met with them dudes out there in Minnesota. It's a very, very good building over there. A lot of good people in that building too. I'm ready to be a Viking now. You hear me in the back? Yeah, let's get it, man.
The reigning defensive rookie of the year, Will Anderson, told me you have the potential to be even better than him someday. What kind of player is Minnesota getting in you?
I mean, you're just gonna get you a full football junkie, man. A person that eats, sleeps, and breathes it. So, honestly, you're just gonna get a good person in the building, a great teammate. And just play as hard as I can and as fast as I can. So,
all right, congratulations.
Appreciate it.
Dallas Turner's final college game at Alabama was a loss to Michigan and his new Vikings teammate, JJ McCarthy. Finally, some big-name defenders go off the board in consecutive order. We'll see what's next. The Bengals are on the clock. It's the draft on ESPN.
The 2024 NFL Draft, presented by Courtyard by Marriott, is brought to you by The Fall Guy. Only in theaters May 3rd.
Oh, yeah. Dang, I'm sorry, y'all. What is going on?
That's right.
All right, y'all. Yeah. Go ahead and hit that like button. Of course, I can show the draft picks that have already been shown. I would love to do that, Let's go ahead and take a look at that real quick while it's on commercial. Go ahead and hit that like button. Listen, if you're watching my show on the Slick, it'll be okay to subscribe. No one is going to see that you're subscribed to my channel, okay? No one will see it, I promise. Let's run through these real quick. Of course, first round, I'm just going to say the team name and the player. Caleb Williams, Chicago Bears, Jayden Daniels, Washington Commanders, New England Patriots, Drake Maye. They took 6 quarterbacks in the first round already. They're just now clearing some defense. Mark Harrison Jr., Arizona Cardinals. Los Angeles Chargers, Joe Alt of Notre Dame. New York Giants chose Malik Nabers, wide receiver at LSU. Alabama took a lot of players off the map in the first round. Tennessee Titans, J.C. Latham, offensive tackle. Atlanta Falcons with a pick, Michael Penix Jr. at quarterback after paying Kirk Cousins $100 million. But that's another story for another day. Chicago Bears selected Rome Odunze, wide receiver from Washington. Minnesota Vikings finally picked up JJ McCarthy, quarterback from Michigan. New York Jets had basically switched with the Minnesota Vikings, so they switched the 10th and 11th pick. The New York Jets picked Olu Fashanu, offensive tackle from Penn State. Denver Broncos picked Bo Nix from Oregon. Las Vegas Raiders, Brock Bowers, tight end from Georgia. The New Orleans Saints, Taliese Fuaga from offensive tackle from Oregon State. Indianapolis Colts, Laiatu Latu, edge from UCLA. He has a neck injury, and a lot of people weren't clearing him, but for some reason, he still got chosen in the first round. Seattle Seahawks, Byron Murphy, the second defensive tackle from Texas. 17th pick, Minnesota Vikings, Dallas Turner, an edge from Alabama. Cincinnati Bengals, the pick is in. Los Angeles Rams is on the clock. And then, of course, we have the Pittsburgh Steelers, Miami Dolphins, Philadelphia Eagles, and Jacksonville Jaguars. Up next, make sure that you're liking. Go ahead and drop your pick for Cincinnati Bengals and Los Angeles Rams in the chat. And, yeah. Okay, so this was the last person that was drafted. The pick is in round 1, pick 18. Who do you guys think it's going to be? Don't be over there cheating because you are ahead of my stream. Let me go ahead and pull this up, and then we can go back to the screen. Dang. All right.
Troy Fautanu will be a Pro Bowl guard. You mark that down. Cooper DeJean can play anywhere. All the kid does is make plays. He's also a punt returner. Brian Thomas Jr., the other wide out at LSU, has size, has length, had a very productive year. Xavier Worthy, fastest player at the combine ever at 4.21, but he's only 165 pounds. And then
165 pounds.
Tackle, but he did play center early on as a freshman. Shorter arms than you want for a left tackle. He'll kick
165 pounds.
An offensive line for 10 to 12 years.
He weighed the same amount as Travis Hunter.
Fit for a Pittsburgh Steelers organization.
Lewis, with the reports today from Adam Schefter that T. Higgins has requested a trade, could they consider receiver here? There were a lot of them on Mel's West.
I think they could. I'll just tell you this, though. Look, with Joe Burrow and the number of hits that he's taken and the injuries that he has suffered.
Yeah.
And with the questions that you have at still at offensive tackle, because I like Trent Brown as much as anyone. Massive human being. He's only signed to a 1-year deal, I believe. I think that position still needs to be locked down. The offensive line still needs to be locked down. At all costs, you need to protect Joe Burrow. He has to make it through a season. You have to address the offensive line.
Find out the Cincinnati Bengals picking here at 18. Here's the commissioner.
With the 18th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Amarius Mims.
Y'all better get these,
Georgia.
You better get these offensive tackles off the board. That's what I'm talking about.
Off the charts, but started only 8 games in college due to injury. Played in 30 games, but wasn't a full-time starter until
340 pounds.
With an ankle that needed 340 so those are the question marks. But Mel, there is no question about the talent and the upside.
Yeah, had he stayed healthy, Greeny, or had he gone back to Georgia, you'd have been looking at mock drafts for 2025, had him in the top 5 to 10 overall, 6'7 and a half, 340 pounds with the biggest hands I've seen in a while, and long arms, unbelievable arm length. Only 8 starts. He had the ankle this year. But when you look at him, love his footwork and agility for such a huge, massive bookend. Run blocker, you talk about powerful hands, displaced defenders on initial contact, down blocking prowess. Develop into a force on the second level, that can happen. As a pass blocker, he's still a little raw, but he has pretty good movement, the power to base anchor, and the long arms to lock out. So again, coaching for Amarius Mims, inexperienced, but if you could draw up a right tackle, Trent Brown's a veteran. You got Joe Burrow, as you said, Lou, that has had injury issues at times. For 2 years, he's been hurt in the NFL early in his career. Amarius Mims is a developmental right tackle.
Yeah, when Amarius ties his lower body in with that reach and the punch and the shock he has in his upper body, he's going to remind you of J.C. Latham. That they're really the same type of guy. It's just that Latham plays with more power, I believe, in his lower half and plays with better bend. Amarius gets a little bit taller, a little bit bigger of a guy. But I'll tell you this, he fits what Cincinnati typically has looked for at their tackles. Bigger guys who have athleticism that they try to continue to develop. They understand that Joe Burrow has to stay healthy, because when he is, they are right there at the very top in the AFC and can challenge anyone. But you have to fortify the offensive line, which has been a problem. He's been hit way too much since he's come into the league, that being Joe Burrow.
And they're going to put him in position to succeed. They want to run the football. Let's remember, Zach Taylor, the head coach, we talk about Joe Burrow a lot, and they throw the football. But they want to run the football. Understand where he comes from. The Rams tree. They run the football. They come downhill. He can do that right now, Green. He can move men against their will. They will work on the pass protection, and the length will give him an advantage until he can get his technique up to par.
All right, so the Bengals make their selection at number 18, and as we turn our attention to the next selection, we welcome the Los Angeles Rams back to the first round of the National Football League draft. Rocket Mortgage brings us this draft moment. It has been a while. The last time the Rams had a first-round pick, it was 2016. They took Jared Goff, number 1 overall, out of Cal. He, of course, just finished leading these hometown Detroit Lions to the NFC Championship game. 2016 was their first season back in LA. They played in the Coliseum. Jeff Fisher was their coach. At that time, Tom Brady had only won 4 Super Bowls, and Patrick Mahomes was a junior at Texas Tech. So he's won 3 Super Bowls since then. Tom Brady has won 3 Super Bowls and retired twice since the time the Los Angeles Rams picked in the first round.
There's a name that's going to be interesting in the first round. I'll just throw him out now because we haven't even discussed it yet. Chop Robinson from Penn State. Chop had a great workout. He has numbers that are impressive. He has shorter arms than you would prefer. He didn't have the sack production that you would want in a first-round pick, but he has the talent. Another kid needs some coaching. Chop Robinson off the edge is going to be intriguing. Wide range of opinions. I have him down in that late first, early second. Some have thinking could be a mid-first. So keep an eye on Chop Robinson from Penn State to see where he comes off the board. Odafe Owe went off the board to the Ravens. Didn't have a sack that final year and is disappointed so far with the Ravens. Not enough sack production from Chop Robinson, but all the talent and natural ability you would want.
And then the elephant in the room, Aaron Donald just retired. So you have a gaping hole at the 3 technique position. Might this be a little early for Johnny Newton, the guy from Illinois who can play that 3 technique? That's a gaping hole. At some point, they're going to have to.
And no cornerbacks yet selected, which to me, the Eagles got to be sitting there saying, we don't have to make the move. You have right now Quinion Mitchell-Toledo. You have Cooper DeJean, Iowa. You have also Terry Arnold, Alabama.
And let's not forget, again, I mentioned him earlier, Jared Verse. I think Jared Verse is one of those guys. Look, he was very productive at Florida State. He plays hard as heck. He's 100 miles an hour. He's that 3-4 type of outside linebacker. You can predict in a 2-point, he looks like a natural bull rush.
The tightness in the hips with Jared Verse.
Oh, you see it. You definitely see it.
He's coming around that corner, getting there. Definitely see it. Now, he got some sacks in college, but in the NFL, how much does that hinder him from being a 10-plus sack?
You know what? Even though there is some tightness, he still does show the ability to get high side and turn. He does a good job coming off of TEs and looping back inside. And his bull rush is ferocious.
He's powerful, boy.
It's ferocious. Yeah. And so him and Byron Young, that'd be a good little combination.
He plays hard. One thing we talked about defense line taking plays off. Yeah. Jared Verse never does.
Absolutely.
He went from Albany, low level, where he had sacks, to Florida State, where he had a lot of pressures.
Yeah.
Okay, he got after the quarter. He was in the area a lot.
Yeah, him and Braden Fisk together down there on that D-line this year. I mean, those guys were culture guys and very productive guys. Look, Norvell loved them. He said that those guys really were part of the transfers that lifted that team to the season they had. And he's going to come off the board here soon.
And listen, when you think about Jared Verse to Cam Jordan, worked out pretty good for the Saints over the years. Hall of Fame defensive end, very similar type player, Greeny.
Rams had a very good season last year. Tough playoff loss to the Detroit Lions as well here in Detroit right now. We'll see what they've decided to do with, once again, their first round pick since 2016. Here's the commissioner with the selection.
With the 19th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Jared Verse, defensive end, Florida State.
So you guys had it right, focusing on that defensive side of the ball. It's a name we've been waiting to hear. Lewis, it's one that you've been talking about for quite some time. Verse, obviously, a very effective player, and this run on defense continues.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's just a prototype 3-4 outside linebacker who can also put his hand down in an even front in a 4-man line and sub and just rush the passer with tremendous power. I mean, he's big now. He's 6'3", 254 pounds, ran sub 4.6. He's got a 35 vertical. He's got all the athletic ability. Mel, I see some of the things that you saw as far as some of the tightness as far as his hips are concerned. But I'll tell you, you see that get off and that power right there. That bull rush where he puts that hand right in the breastplate of the offensive tackle, and he is collapsed in the pocket. And you see it over and over again. And then him release, get that inside shoulder down and finish. Like I said, him and Braden Fisk, 2 transfers that came into that program and really took it to different levels in terms of the kind of football character that they play with. That's exactly what the Rams want. That's exactly what him and Byron Young will provide now. You have 2 nice-looking bookends that can rush the pass.
Yeah, about 8.5 of his 9 sacks came in 4 games, and that speaks to getting and finishing.
Yes.
You're close. He had 50 quarterback pressures, 9 sacks. I say most of them came in 4 games. So even what we saw in college indicated that could be an issue. But the hustle's there. He plays the run. He's a complete defensive end. If that's not a factor, I'm with you. He can get 12, 15 sacks. If it is a factor, he'll be around that 6 to 8, 6 to 9 mark every year.
Yeah, when you talk to Florida State's defensive line coach, Fidel Hagan, he talked about this is a guy who's a tone setter. He sets the tempo. Yeah, there's some stiffness, there's a little tightness, but the comp to me, again, is Cam Jordan. And look how that worked out for New Orleans Saints. Look at him coming off the violent hands. You have to be able to play with your hands at defensive end. That's Will Campbell, Mel. I can't wait to see what he is in the big board for 2025. He's going to be a top tackle. He just used him. Look at Cam Jordan. Again, some said Cam Jordan had a little stiffness, a little tightness in the hip. He's a power player, but he understands how to use his hands in order to be a technician. Can I set the edge of my defense and understand you can't run to the outside? He does that. He did it at Albany. He's done it at Florida State. Setting the tone, setting the edge for your defense. I know he doesn't have the burst that we're normally looking for coming around the edge. But what he has, he understands how to play. To me, he's more of a left defensive end. I wouldn't put him in right. I'd put him in left. He can dominate tight ends. He can dominate right tackles.
It's a great story, as you mentioned, not highly recruited coming out of Dayton, Ohio, which is how he wound up initially at Albany in the Colonial, played 2 years there, then transferred to Tallahassee and had the 18 sacks in 2 seasons. The Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock next. The draft on ESPN.
Oh, hell no. I definitely don't want that commercial going out. All right. Mr. Campbell says Dallas Turner's father is DeLon Turner, who played basketball at FAMU and whooped Doug Edwards' ass in a fight when FAMU played FSU in basketball. And they never played again after that. Let's see if I can find that footage. Is that available? That fight? Do they have that? No. Let me see if I can find that footage. That would be interesting to watch. FSU said, what? No, I can't find it. Let's open. DeLon Turner. So it looks like it was in December 8th, 1991. Turner was one of 3 players not ejected, with Florida State leading intra-city rival Florida A&M 38-35 with 1:19 left in the first half. Oh, yeah. I wish they had the video of it. This happened in 1991. I found the article, Mr. Campbell. Officials declared that all but 3 FAMU players were ejected, along with FSU's Edwards, Sam Casal, and Ray Donald. FAMU was forced to forfeit the game because it no longer had 5 men to put on the floor. Dang, why they kick everybody else? Why they kick everybody else at? I found the article. The article's right here. But that's not the problem. I was trying to find the footage. FAMU, FSU in game and fight. It happened December 8, 1991. I wish I could get the footage. They called it the Capital City Classic Championship game. You guys were losing only by 3 points. And for some reason, every player except for 3 FAMU players were ejected. It says more Rattlers were ejected because more left the bench and entered the skirmish. Dang. FAMU coach Willie Booker said the fight most likely precludes any future game between those 2. Well, I would say so. I would think so.
Pittsburgh Steelers getting ready to pick at number 20. And
Pittsburgh Steelers.
already for them.
We got Wilson and Fields, y'all.
Well-known quarterbacks. Numbers quite similar over the last 2 seasons, as you see, for Russell Wilson and Justin Fields. Very quickly, Lewis, before we get the selection, who do you think the starting quarterback will be there the majority of the season? Will it be Russell? Or will
Not
it be
playing. It's going to be Russell Wilson. Are y'all trying to be funny?
Look, I think Justin Fields at some point is going to emerge. I just think he was on the come too much. He's a guy who right now I think he fits perfectly with what Arthur Smith wants to do. And I think he is supremely highly motivated. And I just think in the end, that talent is going to be hard to keep off the field.
Arthur Smith, the new offensive coordinator for Mike Tomlin's Steelers, and I see the commissioner with a special guest to announce the Steelers pick.
Tonight, 32 young men will embark on their NFL career, striving to make an impact on the field. But their impacts will be felt far beyond their field, but in their communities. No one embodied that more than Walter Payton. And today, the league's highest honor, the Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year Award, presented by Nationwide, recognized his lasting legacy. Tonight, we are proud to welcome the 2023 Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year winner, Cam Hayward.
First of all, I want to say thank you, Commissioner. And most importantly, I want to say thank you to the Payton family, the NFL, and Nationwide. The NFL draft is special. To my fellow NFL players and the prospects joining the league this week, I want to challenge you. Use your platform to brighten someone's day. The opportunity before you is a gift. And by coming here and being in this league, seize that moment. Be better in our communities, be better for our league and our world. Thank you so much. Here we go. And with the 20th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Troy Fautanu, tackle, Washington.
So he was a tackle at Washington. He was named the Pac-12's Offensive Lineman of the Year as the Huskies went all the way to the national finals. And that line won the Joe Moore Award as the best in the country. He's a 2-year starter, spent 5 seasons in school, so he'll be 24 in October. But, Mel, you have constantly talked about him moving inside at the next level.
Yeah, 10th highest rated player on the big board. You get him at 20, and he can play anywhere. He's a left tackle and did a heck of a job protecting Michael Penix. Now, Roger Rosengarten on the other side, really good player at right tackle as well, protecting the blind side. But Fautanu is a guy, as a run blocker, power, making contact, keeps those legs churning, gets in space with ease, no problem there. Pass protection, hands are active, punch is purposeful all the time. Feet enabled him to do a really good job mirroring. This kid is fun to watch play. He will get after you. He's got a defensive mentality. He's got longer arms than Joe Alt. So you think about this kid, is tackle out of the realm of possibility? No. Could he kick inside the guard and be a Pro Bowler? I've said that all night. Could he be a center and anchor this line? They've had Ray Mansfield, Mike Webster, Dermontti Dawson, Jeff Hardings, and Marquise Pouncey. Could he do that? Maybe. But this kid, for value and for a guy that's a stealer from a mentality standpoint, yeah, excellent interviews, great kid. Something that was a little bit of a knee question, but nobody really cares. Some of the teams, some maybe did more than others. 6'3.5", 317 pounds, athletic, tough. Boy, I tell you what, to get a guy with this kind of versatility, with that Steeler feel, no, I like it.
Look, I mean, Cam Hayward himself said that, look, the guy who they drafted last year, Broderick Jones, was the guy who now had become the new bully on the block, and that they needed another one. And Mike Tomlin told us that last year in production meeting. He said, I need another guy like that. Fautanu plays like that. Now, the question is, do you just go ahead and leave him at left tackle and he takes over for Dan Moore? Or do you slide him inside? I'd leave him at tackle.
Right now, I would, yeah.
And you know what? And then they've got their bookends.
We've made 20 picks so far. This is just the second time in this century there have been no defensive backs in the first 20 picks. Let's see if the Dolphins change that. They'll pick next.
Boy, they've been taking them Samoans off the board. Do you hear me? 6'4", 317 pounds, 34.5 arm length, 9.5 hand. Like, wow. Wow. I think let's go ahead and look at that. I can go ahead and pull up the last, I want to say at least 3 or 4 of the last couple of players have actually been Samoan. They're picking them up. All right, let's see what we got. Troy Fautanu is an offensive tackle from Washington for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Jared Verse was the edge from Florida State for the Los Angeles Rams. Offensive tackle was from Georgia, Amarius Mims to the Cincinnati Bengals. Dallas Turner is an edge from Alabama, Minnesota Viking. Seattle Seahawks chose Byron Murphy, the second defensive tackle from Texas. Indianapolis Colts, Laiatu Latu, edge from UCLA. Taliese Fuaga, offensive tackle from Oregon State, New Orleans. What are you guys thinking so far about this draft? I think it kind of started off slow with the picks. I mean, the quarterback picks. I wasn't impressed with the quarterback picks. Not necessarily. I don't know where they are. They're probably watching the draft, right? Mr. Ford was on here earlier. He was getting ready to cut loose with Coach Reed with that announcement. But I had to go pick up my son, so I had a short hour show. I couldn't be on for 3 hours. Yeah. So we shall see. We shall see. I feel like it's picked up a little bit. So let's see who's next. Miami Dolphins, Philadelphia Eagles, Jaguars, the Dallas Cowboys. Dang. They had to wait a long time. I'm gonna ask Braxton's grandfather, are y'all drafting a quarterback? Because y'all need one. Are y'all drafting a quarterback? Dallas Cowboys, y'all need a quarterback. That's what y'all need to be drafting. Mr. Haynes, I am on my channel by myself all the time. And then people come up and talk and share their thoughts. Mr. Haynes. Yeah, the earlier show was kind of like announcing, or not necessarily announcing, but we were talking about Coach Reed and just getting it all out there, you know, just so we don't. He made a big time, Willie. We were just getting that out. So technically, I've been joking and doing that for several weeks. If you've tuned into some of my lives in the last 3 weeks. I've been doing that.
You're worthy. 4.21 speed. Teams may be concerned about that 165-pound frame. And Graham Barton, I think he could have been a Steeler, but Troy Fautanu dropped down to the Steelers. They take a guy who can play really anywhere along that line.
Hey,
we'll probably kick inside
Mr. Campbell, how you doing?
I'm doing fine.
What team do you root for? Is it the Atlanta Falcons? I know it couldn't be the Falcons.
No, I'm not a Falcons fan. I'm a Saints fan.
Say.
I'm actually a Saints fan.
Okay.
What's up? I called in to be messy, and I wanted to ask you a question.
You called in to be messy.
Yeah.
Well, you know, one thing I love is I love mess. So
I know you do. So you have a talented black son, and you are a beautiful, talented black mother. Mm-hmm. So I got a question. If Braxton was in this NFL draft, okay, and you got the family all around and everything, would you allow him to have a white girl sitting on the couch?
Why are you asking me that?
Would you allow the white girl?
I thought we learned our lesson when what quarterback or not? What wide receiver was that, or was it a cornerback?
Now, well, CD Lamb had the phone.
Lamb, yes.
But during the pandemic, there was one. I think that boy was from Auburn or Georgia or something, and the mama had to throw the white girl off. So I'm just asking.
Come on.
Would you do like the African mama and position yourself where the white girl couldn't sit in there, or would you be like this other boy I saw? He hid the white girl back by the kitchen table.
How about we just not even have white girls?
Okay.
Maybe that comes with the package. Like, if you want to get drafted in the first round, make sure you got a snow bunny beside you. Maybe that's a part of the deal. Okay. Cat Williams said it might be a part of the deal. Listen.
Part of the deal.
I don't think it's necessary. I really don't.
I have noticed for some reason that quarterbacks and big offensive linemen like white women. The receivers and the running backs, the brothers look like they've been sticking with the sisters, or at least, the exoticals, as the young folks say. You know what I'm saying? But for some reason, I don't know. The exoticals, you know what I'm saying? They black, but they kind of look, you know what I'm saying? Look, whatever.
And a little ambiguous.
Yeah, they're talking about they got Indian in their family, them types, you know what I'm saying? And all that. So I was just wondering, you know what I'm saying? Because I know,
I believe you can love who you want to love.
Okay.
Please, I don't know. I don't want to come across as being prejudiced.
Yeah, right. Absolutely. We don't want to do that. We don't want to do that. We want to welcome all and anybody that's white.
I don't think that is a place to profess your love, because 9 times out of 10, these folks do not be with the people that they're with on draft day. They do not be in a relationship with them. They're not in a relationship. So why are y'all doing this?
Yeah. I just, I'm always fascinated, but I'm gonna say it's a very positive.
Was with CD Lamb. She ain't with him no more.
Now that girl actually dated Trey Young also.
Oh, so she was one of them.
Oh yeah, she moved around down in Oklahoma. Ain't no disrespect. I'm just saying she did date Trey Young. So I'm not being messy. This is a fact.
They usually let those type of girls with that skin tone, they usually let them roll around and not have nothing to say. They still become somebody's homemaker.
Okay. I just wanted to know. But I will say this is the most beautiful thing. And I grew up, again, when the draft was coming through the 80s, and there was a lot of broken homes and things like that. You never saw the father. What I have been, and I think my generation, Gen X fathers, I think they saw that and it hurt them. And I will say majority of these athletes on the women's side and the men's, their fathers. Now, they might not be married to the mama, but the daddies are there. And that is, for me, the most precious thing to see the fathers involved with these young men and young women's lives. So I'm glad that I see that. I don't see that, I don't know who my daddy is. I ain't seen my daddy, blah, blah, blah. Them daddies is right there with them boys and girls. So I'm really
please,
happy
for the
with
love of God, don't be doing those type of stories. I'm glad to see it too, because that's the narrative. Oh, he came from such a harsh background. Let's have some nice stories to tell. How both.
Well, see, that's why Dion played in that stereo, because Dion came to see, again, we were the same age, and that was a stereotype. But see, that ain't the stereotype no more. That is not the stereotype anymore. And I hate when Dion tried to push that out. I want somebody that ain't got blah, blah, blah. Most of these boys' fathers are around with these young men. And like I said, you can see it. And it's not me making this up. You can see draft after draft. These fathers are all around. You know what I'm saying? And stuff like that. These black fathers. So,
with their black mama.
Would they black mama? Hey, would they black mamas now? You know what I'm saying? So, it's a beautiful thing. It's a really beautiful thing when I see this. But, again, I just tease. I know if whoever Braxton love, that's good love. But
First of all, Braxton's not playing football.
Well, no. Braxton can come to FAMU.
Good corner still left right
Why
now.
do
I'm
y'all
telling
keep
you,
trying to get him to be a snake?
Guys,
My baby is a tiger.
There's a bunch of them you can say
And on occasion, he sings Dear Gremlin.
Braxton can come down there and get a beautiful rattler as a wife, and he can sit in the 2035 draft with you sitting there, still wear your eye weave hair, and then talking about that little girl like I'm going to marry your baby.
We remember a year ago, Emmanuel Forbes.
Mercy.
Got benched. Are we concerned at all about
So
Wiggins?
I just don't want him. You know what? Love is love. I don't want to, that's why he needs to go to an HBCU. If he goes to an HBCU,
oh yeah, he'd be good.
not many around. When they go to these PWIs, that's all that's around.
Yeah. He'll be good. Now, SHC says something. But the smartest thing that Russell Wilson did was not get that white girl pregnant. Smartest thing ever.
Highly touted, a lot talked about. Now the Eagles
That he did not get that white girl pregnant. So he was able to drop her real quick and get on there with Sierra.
Fall simply because they're not good enough. They fell because of what we talked about, the phenomenon with the quarterbacks, and they just slid down. I mean, you're getting guys now who will be
they are
locked down
gassing
type of
up
guys
these
in the NFL, provided they stay healthy, do
over
what they
here.
need to do, etc., etc. Quinyon Mitchell, look, you tell me what his flaw is in his game.
But according to them, every draft pick is going to be great.
Does he not have good anticipation?
That's just what they do. And then you go back and look
Route development recognition,
and see, it is what it is. That's what I'm saying. Because them quarterbacks, and I'm saying right now on record, every one of them white quarterbacks is not going to be any good.
I was just getting ready to say it's giving Mac Jones, right?
It's easy. Now, I'm telling you, not
Don't
one
they
of them.
always draft the prototypical type of Mac Jones type of quarterback, like Drake May? Are we
He looks the part. When white people say somebody looked the part, you already know you're in trouble.
And by the way, he's the faster corner right now.
That's the I forgot what that
big
quarterback's
board.
name
Quinyon
is
Mitchell's at
from
20,
Mizzou.
Darren Arnold's at
Blaine
21,
Gabbert.
Wiggins is at
Yeah.
25.
Let's see which one they've
He
decided.
looks the part. Mitch Trubisky, he looks the part. He's straight trash.
The NFL has gone global.
Wait a minute, hold on. Why you boy Roger Goodell got that open up another button on that shirt?
In London and Germany.
He going player style.
We will play our first ever game in South America, in Sao Paulo, Brazil.
What are you doing?
And we will be coming
Yeah, they're going to
more
Brazil.
markets on a global basis soon. The NFL's International Player Pathway Program helps foreign-born players
they're gonna start
reach
bringing
the
foreign
NFL.
players now. Y'all Americans
Elite
are too
international
expensive.
athletes
They moving to baseball.
have an opportunity to compete
baseball
at the
route.
NFL level and potentially earn a spot on an NFL roster. One of the most successful players from the program is the Philadelphia Eagles, Jayden Mailata. Jordan is currently in his native Australia for the opening of a new NFL academy for high school football players. To make the Eagles selection, let's join Jordan live from the Eagles draft party in Burleigh Beach, Gold Coast, Australia.
What the hell time is it in Australia?
Let's go. How good is this? Thank you, Uncle Roger. Good evening to those of you from the beautiful land down under. With the 22nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Quinyon Mitchell, defensive back, Toledo. Go Lions, baby!
Perhaps the most decorated player in Toledo football history is their first ever to be named to all 5 All-American teams. He's
Quarterback.
the school's all-time leader in pass breakups. He had 6 career interceptions, and then Lewis, the Senior Bowl, running 4-3.
See, now this is why I get upset, and I'm happy for this kid. But this kid went to Toledo.
195.
Toledo.
4-3, 38 vertical.
Why we can't get him at a Jack State FAMU or something?
All the different
He went to
things
Toledo.
that this young man can do, starting with lining up in man coverage. And look, even if it isn't right at the beginning, here he loses leverage, he loses his inside leverage. I'm not going to panic. I'm just going to run to that upfield shoulder, ball's a little bit underthrown. I'm going to time it up and make the PBU. Off man coverage, you know what? I'm going to include the 3-step. I'm not even going to backpedal. So I'm looking at the quarterback. Quarterback's not dropping. I'm just going to drive hard on the slant. I got awareness. Oh, and there might be a little bit of a communication mishap here.
See, these are the kids I want to get. I want to get every kid that go to Toledo, Central Michigan,
You want to blitz me off the boundary here?
all them directional schools. Them schools is named after cities.
I can come off here. I'm not just going to go.
I want to get all them kids.
I'm going to go for the strip sack and recovery. And then
Well,
run
why are we
support.
not getting
I will
them?
come up and
Well, I mean, again, we already know the white people are already telling, oh, you come, because remember, they're going to tell him he's playing group of 5 football. That's going to be the argument that they're going to make with him. Because clearly, if he went to Toledo, he probably was not highly recruited. You know what I mean?
School player and a great person. I have to.
And it's Toledo.
That's where our wide receiver coach.
You are getting
Ladarius, right. All MAC schools. We should get every kid from every MAC school.
Yeah, you're getting somebody that can set the tone for your defense. Somebody that's going to show up.
And look away from Timona.
Has he gone against the big time talent? Has he been across?
Now, see what I would be wanting to know: did we send this boy even a scholar? Send him an offer.
And he showed that at the Senior Bowl when he went down there and went against every.
Did FAMU send him an offer? Now you know what's crazy? I bet you money if I go into my feed right now, somebody from FAMU gonna say, "Well, I coached this boy in high school."
Winning every route, the ability to mirror, to play man, the man turn.
Boy, that's my boy's nephew.
And when you start the process, you got to finish it off. He went to the combine and finished it off running 4.33. So someone who did things the right way, and it just shows everybody out there, it doesn't matter what school you go to. If you perform and you do things the right way and you follow the process and you follow every step, you too can be a first-round pick.
Did you hear what Booger McFarland just said to Timona?
You too can be a first-round pick.
It don't matter what school you go to. He just said it. He just said it. So this is the argument I'm going to make to all these young brothers. And you're going to get a better education. So do you really?
Not too much.
They didn't have to worry about it. They got their CB1, no defensive
not too much on her
and here we have the first corner off the board.
Oh, with Toledo? We still, you know what? You Jackson State first. We don't count Toledo. I'm kidding. It's good that you got your grad degree from Toledo. A lot of people do that. No. You a Tiger first.
Expecting Quinyon Mitchell in particular, by the way.
I got no problem with you getting your grad degree from Toledo. That's great. Still a Tiger first.
Get there, man. Molly brought to us by Subway with Quinyon Mitchell.
Just the second.
And all I'm saying is that kid, like this kid here, just think if he was a Jack State or a Southern guy or a FAMU guy, how much more hype he would get.
And that you called home.
I mean, a lot. I mean, it's a big moment for me. For
what fan base Toledo got?
For all the small town schools and everything. So just for everybody right now.
The Eagles haven't drafted a defensive back in the first round since 2002.
Your stream got suspended.
What you do? My intent, my attitude, just everything.
I just got to say this stream element stream suspended for policy violations.
It's a player a lot of people feel very good for. And again, I will underline that point. And Mel, you made it very well. The Eagles were a team that desperately needed. Thought they would have to do it much earlier.
Did the white folks get mad because we were talking about Toledo?
And get the player that they wanted this badly. That's a very good pick for Philadelphia.
Great pick for Philadelphia to have that
I see
area and get a guy at pick number.
Can they still hear us?
Where you thought from a rating standpoint, but then things happen. There's that trickle down effect from all those offensive guys. Indianapolis got lottery, thought they could go corner. So all of a sudden now,
still hear us anymore.
All guys on the board they didn't expect.
What happened?
I was trying to see if they could still hear us.
Some good players are going to get pushed down the board a bit.
I don't think so.
Teams didn't hit on needs necessarily. Or Dallas Turner wasn't the guy they had thought would be.
Well,
there.
he heard you say it doesn't matter what school you go to.
Yeah.
All of a sudden now, this late first round is allowing guys that teams didn't think would be there. We haven't had the. We thought there were three. We knew three great receivers.
I wonder who flagged you.
Some of these hating ass hoes up from the smack. Cause I be talking shit, boy. Mr. Campbell, I've been going.
Oh, now you back.
Huh?
Now you back on.
I'm back on?
Yeah.
Cause I wasn't showing nothing. I wasn't showing anything. Like I wasn't showing anything.
It was the Toledo folks that flagged it. See?
Well, I ain't gonna put them up there then.
See? It was that one fan from Toledo that was listening to the show.
Well,
and
Mr.
flagged.
Campbell.
Willie said Doug Lito don't play that. See, it was one of Willie's white classmates that she invited.
I didn't never show the actual stream. I'm just streaming.
Oh, exactly. Well, maybe it was the sound. Are they picking up that?
I doubt it.
Oh.
Dallas Cowboys is on the clock. I'm gonna chill for probably 5 minutes, and then I'll put it back up.
Yeah, well, everybody can hear it. And another
most
LSU.
people are actually watching it at home. We're just here to
chit chat, talk trash. When is our boy Lank going to get drafted though? Can somebody tell me what the projection?
Say or no, okay?
Can somebody tell me when Lank is supposed? What is his projection?
When is Lank? Let a naysayer know.
That was legendary. When is my boy Lank getting drafted? I need somebody give me the projection of what pick he's supposed to be.
All right, Mr. Campbell. So we're gonna keep the information for the draft. For those of you that's tuned in, I'm gonna chill out on the background noise for a little bit. I'm gonna tune it out for probably gonna give it like a cooling period of about 5 minutes, right? So we're gonna be messy for about 5 minutes, okay?
Yeah, we can be messy.
Mr. Campbell, how we gonna fix it?
How's what now?
How we gonna fix it? We need a head coach right now for the women's basketball team.
Listen, I think y'all are gonna be fine. I mean, you know how many people? I'm gonna tell you something. Y'all are gonna create a search committee.
No, we will not be. We don't do search committees.
Yeah, y'all don't do search committees. AD Robinson's not gonna get on there and say 500 people apply for the job all across the country.
I'm gonna tell you right now, and I was being a smartass, but I'm dead ass serious. We offered Coach Reed $250,000. Do you know how many men's basketball coaches, football coaches, basketball coaches, and all the alike are not making $250,000 in the SWAC or the MEAC?
Yeah, you got that Coach Cole's only making $250,000.
We definitely offered her a decent amount of money,
Yes,
but
you
it
did.
wasn't necessarily just about the money.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't.
And then, interesting enough, I don't know why they were trying to say that we don't support our women's basketball team with attendance, but I went and I pulled up the attendance for a lot of mid-majors, and we're actually right up to par with women's attendance.
Well, I think I think no HBC. Well, the CIAA schools and a couple of the MEAC schools, but and that's all HBCUs that struggle with basketball attendance.
But it's not just all. This is the thing. That particular issue is not just an all HBCU type of issue. It's actually a women's basketball, if you're a mid-major type of issue, right?
Yeah.
And
but I'm just talking about the basketball in general. We struggle.
Right.
So
Because
that's
we're not. But when I looked at it, I was like, oh, okay. So we're technically not that far away from the rest of the mid-majors.
I think Tamika Reed, unfortunately, and this is what, and you know, I talk about this all the time. This is where systematic racism comes into play, because it's not about Jackson State, it's not about FAMU, it's what people perceive Jackson State and FAMU to be. So, it's because you got to understand something. Because here's my why I was upset. Me and you talked about this. The job she should have gotten was that Clemson job. She should have got that Clemson.
Tennessee.
Well, I was shocked. Well, the only reason I never said Tennessee because I kind of knew they had a lot. You know, it's a big program and they have a lot of alums, even though they didn't go with alum. They didn't go with alum, which I was shocked. But the reason why I said the Clemson because it was right to build it. You know what I mean? To build the program, they would have had a lot of money. They would have given a lot of room. But once again, she does the exact same thing. This white girl triple when I want to say is a better coach than the white girl that leaves because her record was horrible. But she gets to go to Marquette to the Big East, and you got Coach Reed who has to go to Charlotte, which everything she's done, she could have got a better job. But she had to take the job because, unfortunately, we get judged different. It's no different than Coach Simmons. So, it's HBC. Those wins don't mean anything. But if it was Jacksonville State, she would have been the hottest mid-major coach ever. And this is what they do. They constantly do this to minimize our greatness. And this is all part of a plan. And this is like I said, this ain't no conspiracy theory. This is what they do because if they can minimize, because you got to think about this too. If they can minimize, because basketball is on the same footing. It's not like football. We're not at a lower level. Basketball is basketball. And there have been many mid-majors that have made runs in the tournament. So it's not even that. But
and then I just kind of feel like for her, she's at a wall for real. She's at a wall because she just went and put up 64 points against she just went and put up those points against UConn. Nobody's getting ready to schedule her this year anyway. You're not getting scheduled. Why would they schedule you? And so actually all of those teams that she's going against in the American Athletic Conference, all of those teams, those are teams that she could have beat now and last year, but they refused to actually schedule her because of where she was at, right?
Yeah.
What happened to this Cowboys pick? I missed it. Okay, Detroit and Dallas, they switched. Sorry, y'all. We had to take a little bit of a breather because I don't know what.
Yeah, let's let this breathe. Let's let Dallas not making a pick, so I'm about to say because the delusional Dallas Cowboys fans who say they're going to the Super Bowl, even though they haven't went to the Super Bowl since my boy Kevin Smith and them went in the 90s.
You said they've been delusional since the 90s.
Since the 90s.
Now that's a fan base that I want. The one that thinks every year it says Lions traded. So anyway, basically what I'm saying is, which I can't pull it up right now, but when I looked at the attendance at Charlotte, the attendance is pretty much the same. The salary is roughly the same. She might have been able to negotiate the salary that she wanted for her basketball coaches.
Right.
And maybe the collective was there. But I was just telling people, like, and that's not to be disrespectful, but when I see folks from the SWAC talking about what Jackson State did or didn't do, I'd be looking at them sideways and being like, what you doing for your coach? What are y'all doing for your coach?
Well, the only people, and I'm going to raise my hand, the only ones that can sit that argument out is FAMU folks. Because we'll kick in some money. Now the rest of them jokers. No, hold on. Let me say that. But wait, we ain't had no. But here's the thing. I'm gonna say if Coach Gordon gets that thing rolling, we put up money.
She
no
needs
doubt.
the money to get it rolling.
Yeah, but this is how this is. This is the crazy chicken for the. Nobody. Here's the thing. If you got to show and prove, you know how this works. This is just how it works. Again, because it's no different with Willie. All of a sudden, we found damn near $500,000 for Willie. We could have gave Willie $500,000 2 years ago. So that's what happens, until people start assuming right. So it's just, I agree with you, but I'm just being honest. It's not like the money would not be there. So that's all I'm saying.
Well, go ahead and get that collective started now so that she can build it. EA over there talking mess. Yay. Hey, y'all got to get these collectives together, okay? Get the collectives together.
Is this my boy Link right here?
Ooh, let a name.
Teron Arnold. Is that my boy? Is that Link?
Let a naysayer know.
Come on, man.
Let me pull it up now. You think I've been whatchamacallit enough?
Yeah, let's
let
get
a naysayer know, okay?
Let's get Link ready.
Let me see if they're gonna let me do it now.
Oh, if nothing else, let's pull that clip up when they said it on College the Game Day. If you don't do nothing else, pull that clip up.
I think I have that on Twitter. Let a naysayer know. That is not what I thought you were gonna say.
That was classic TV. And Unstoppable 25, you are 100% correct. That's the thing about it. But can't argue with the fact she's worth the money.
You know what? I think we came up with a counter offer, but at that time, you know what? I kind of feel like Coach didn't want to start all the way over. She lost a lot. Maya Crump's gone. Like all of her seniors were basically gone. Okay, they got the Lank. He's got it on there. Lank number 3. let a naysayer know.
Let's get it.
Let Borrowed and Recycle figure out their collective alone. Whitley, them folks ain't gonna put no collective together. And if they do, women's basketball is on the back burner because you gotta feed the one that's the generating sport. Let a naysayer know.
Yep, EA, we talked about the long term. I gave them the history about that fight. Simona talked about that earlier in the show.
I was trying to pull it up. I pulled up the article.
Somebody said they found a YouTube video of it in the chat.
Yeah.
There he is. Another Alabama player.
Found him?
So what is this, the fourth guy from Alabama?
He needs an award. He's getting them all off the board, ain't he?
Hey, listen, Nick Saban said, before I leave, y'all can remember my name.
Said business is done here.
So what, this kid from Tallahassee?
Jalen Milroe often wears his own branded apparel reading LANK across the front. It's an acronym that stands for Let a Naysayer Know, being told by his former offensive coordinator,
That
Bill
is
O'Brien.
not what I thought.
Is that not what you thought?
Boy, let a naysayer know.
Let a naysayer know.
Of course.
The professional's right in the middle of his lead. That's all right. I just keep going.
You almost lost me. It got real tight up here as you were. I just want to let you know.
Reese, you were too smooth with that. I thought it was going down. I thought it was going down out here.
Oh, sorry. Let a naysayer know.
Let a naysayer know.
Naysayer know. That's what we thought the whole time. That's what we all thought.
You know he had to practice that one.
Whew.
He had to practice that.
Whew. Boy.
You had to practice that to make sure that you get it correctly.
Whew. And Reese Davis from Alabama.
Detroit got the let a naysayer know. That's
right.
Boy,
He gonna fit all he needs is damn Cartier buffs. That boy gonna fit right perfect up there. Detroit put them Cartier buffs on his face. He'll be ready to go.
Man, what?
Shout out to Detroit. Shout out to my folks from Detroit with the Cartier buffs. Y'all know what I'm talking about if you're from Detroit. That's what Kid Jackson had on. Those buffs. Unstoppable say he's gonna get him a suit that say "Let Unstoppable Know."
What do you guys think about the suits? Where's Michael Strahan at with his suits? He couldn't get a.
These boys got the customs. They ain't doing off. They're not doing off the rack, Simona. They're not doing. These boys. This is straight custom here.
Man, I'm Detroit to the Super Bowl.
That kid can play. You know, all jokes aside, he is a really good player, and he's gonna fit well with Detroit.
That was a really, really good pick.
That was a really excellent pick.
General manager, HBCU alum for, I want to say A&T, right?
Well,
the general manager at Detroit Lions is an A&T graduate.
So he's doing work. I like that pick because you got to make a Super Bowl run.
Taylor made. Okay, so all
of them.
Detroit's faltering came to what? Coaching, right?
What? Yeah, when they lost that game.
Coaching mistakes.
Yeah, that was bad. Yeah, absolutely lost that game because of coaching.
I like it though. But after
I love the pick. What can somebody put in the chat what they gave Dallas to move up? Can somebody put that in the chat?
Dallas Cowboys is just.
So what did Dallas get in return to move down or whatever they did?
Let me see where they at. I ain't seen Dallas. They just keeps. Okay, so Dallas is now at 29.
Okay, so Detroit had the 29th pick and they traded that and then probably gave up another pick.
Yeah, so Green Bay, Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Arizona Cardinals, Buffalo Bills, Dallas Cowboys. I'm not understanding.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is they swapped first round picks, but they probably gave Dallas another pick, like a third or a fourth or something like that. That's what I'm wondering. What else did they get?
How bad the Panthers are going to be next year? I think I could actually bet that they only win like 2 or 3 games again. Dallas gets the 29th pick and the 73rd pick in exchange for the 24th pick and 2025 7th round pick.
Oh wow. Okay, so they get a third round pick.
Okay, can somebody Bucks got Turner. You on the clock. Green Bay found a much-needed starting safety in Xavier McKinney and bought back running back A.J. Dillon after essentially swapping out Aaron Jones for free agent signee Josh Jacobs. The release of David Bakhtiari puts left tackle on the list, and additional interior linemen will likely be considered on day 3. Another safety and at least one quarterback are needed in the draft as well. Okay, go ahead and get John Huggins, as well as the true 3 technique interior pass rusher and an athletic linebacker for new defensive coordinator Jeff Hafley's scheme.
No, DeLon Turner's son, EA, has already gotten drafted. If that's what you're talking about. He already got drafted, bro.
You're late, EA.
Yeah. Like I said, we already told the story and everything. I'm saying that was.
Yeah, he got drafted. He was the 17th overall pick for the Minnesota Vikings.
Yeah.
They swapped out with Jacksonville Jaguars.
Yeah.
All right.
Jacksonville. I mean, he's going. Where's he going, Timona?
He's going to the Minnesota Vikings. I'm saying they swapped out, as in they swapped out the ability.
Yeah.
I don't even know what this is right here. Brian Thompson, it says Cleveland, Houston, Minnesota, Jacksonville Jaguars. I don't even know what that means. I'm guessing how they.
That must have been how to trade from the original pick. Yeah. That pick moved through that. Yeah.
Jordan Morgan, another offensive tackle. I'm under the impression that all of these teams need offensive linemen bad. I'm surprised
all the time.
More.
All the time. Because see, this is the time you get offensive line. Because the skill guys, the receivers, and all those guys, they're deep in this draft.
You have all last season, you had these quarterbacks coming in with trash offensive linemen. Like, I felt so bad for the Panthers pick. First of all, he's undersized. And then secondly, you get drafted to the Panthers, who has absolutely no offensive line. I felt so bad for him. Arnold and Brian Branch together in the secondary. All right, let me see. It might let me, it might not. Let's see.
Obviously was the prize guy down there coming out this year. You just wonder, how is he going to deal with power in the NFL? I thought he had some problems with that. We'll see how he transitions if he does move inside. But a great athlete and someone who they said was a core player down there.
Help block for that young quarterback, Jordan Love. Green Bay coming off a great year. This Cheesehead needs to cheer up. His Packers look good. We're back in a moment with the Bucks on the clock.
You've earned
You know, another thing, too, as we watch this draft, and this is a classic, once again, who are the power brokers? You got 2, 3, maybe a couple of them had like 3 black guys. But what do you see? A group of white men, older white men,
all in the meeting room, all of them,
dictating the future of black men.
We talking about it's full of black players, but the people, the decision makers.
You got to get cut again.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm not gonna try anymore. I'm just not gonna try anymore. They're not gonna let us listen to it. Are we still
white folks heard us talking and they cut you off. Have you noticed that? That's been twice.
When we get to talking mess, they take us off. Ain't no more talking about no mess. I'm not putting it on there no more. I can't. So we just gonna have to rock it out with the socks out. They said, you not on there. We can't hear the little do. That's my favorite part. I like listening to that. Is it gone?
No, I think I see you back on my phone now.
How are they doing that? It has to be sound. They've caught up to sound. Here. I don't want to get whatchamacallit. So do people still hear us talking?
No, I don't. I don't think so. Hold on, let me see. Because I cut.
Because I still got 45 people on here.
Yeah. Say something real quick.
What's up?
Yeah, no. See, the stream is just saying unavailable right now. On my laptop. So that's how I chat. I listen. I'm on the StreamYard on my phone, of course. Let's see, the white man gonna totally shut you down?
Yeah, I might have got shut down.
No, you back.
The white man gonna totally shut you down.
That's funny.
Can you hear me now? Good.
We know the white people can hear us clearly.
Oh, they said don't be talking about these white folks in there making all the decisions.
Listen.
We not talking
hold on. We
about black empowerment over here.
We got cut off when we said we need to recruit players and have them go back to ABC. Got cut off then.
Yeah.
Then how dare us say that we talk about the white power structure in the NFL and then we get cut off? I'm just saying. C-O-N-spiracy. C-O-N-spiracy. So what can we talk about? We just got to talk about the kids. It's okay that we can talk about Lank's suit, right? We can talk about his suit.
We
talk about the shoes.
Naysayer know about some stuff.
Yeah, now we can do. We can let a naysayer know.
But
don't let no. But you better not be a naysayer talking about who's up in those war rooms.
Ooh. All right. We ain't doing that no more.
Can't do that no more. Golly.
I know, and I just want to listen to. I just want to hear the. All right. We only have a couple more picks though.
Yeah, the man shut you down quick, boy.
Yeah.
He said, "Oh no."
They actually let it rock for quite a long time though. To be honest.
But no, I'm trying to tell you, no, they let it rock because we didn't say it until we started talking about that black power.
I can't believe the Dallas Cowboys. You guys need a quarterback. That's what y'all need. Okay, I know that they try to So who is Tersessa? I don't know who that is.
Who is who?
Tersessa.
The player?
Yeah, the Dallas Cowboys are allegedly drafting. I don't know who that is. I'm surprised that they they need a running back. What else do they need? Dallas Cowboys needs a running back. They need a quarterback.
Hey, somebody in the chat, do me a favor. Put in the list of teams that Deion said that only Shador could go to, because we already know Atlanta got a quarterback, so he can't go to Atlanta now. So that list is dwindling.
Wait. You talking about
okay.
Shador has to go to the Cowboys.
Well, so that's what I'm saying. I want to see, because he can't go to Atlanta now because of Penix. I want to know what the list was. What was the list? He wasn't the Commanders on the list too, right? The Commanders was on the list, right?
Why would he put the Washington Commanders on there?
Well, I'm just saying he played for him, so he can't go to Commanders. So listen, follow my logic. He can't go to Commanders now because they just drafted Jayden Daniels.
Yes.
So that's two gone.
The certain cities, it ain't gonna happen for Shador Sanders and Travis Hunter.
Right. So and somebody in the chat, let's break down the team that he like and cross them off. Okay, here you go. So he's not going to the Eagles. So we know he's not going to the Eagles.
There are certain cities that fit. Atlanta fit, and I want that for my kids.
Okay, can't go to Atlanta. He can't go to the Commanders. So it's only Dallas and the 49ers.
He can go to the Panthers.
No, I'm talking about the list that Deion said.
Okay,
We're talking the Deion list. Ladarius just put on the Deion list. So he can't go to the Eagles. He can't go to the Falcons. He can't go to the Commanders. He can't go to the Ravens. So he's going to be a 49er Cowboy according to Prime.
He said it's going to be an Eli. I just think it's kind of, I don't know. Am I wrong for thinking that there's not going to be 4 draft picks?
Ed is right. Yeah, and Purdy, yeah. So the only place he can go. Thank you, Ed. You're right. I don't know why I didn't think about Purdy. Correct. So the only place that Shador Sanders is going to get drafted by Dallas Cowboys.
Cowboys. But I'm just being realistic. How is the Colorado going to get 4 players drafted, going 4-8 and possibly 3-9?
Who are the 4 players you're saying getting drafted? So you're talking Shador and Travis. Who are the other 2?
Shador, Travis, Shiloh, Tyler Brown, the offensive lineman.
Shiloh's not getting drafted. I don't think he's getting drafted. Yeah. And Ed said Shador won't be better than that. Wouldn't have said Cam. I think Cam, the problem is he just doesn't have the size. He doesn't have the NFL size.
There's no way they're drafting 4 players out of Colorado, especially with the losing season.
No.
That's why when everybody keeps talking about, and have you seen anybody? Did they even have a pro day?
Who, Colorado?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm gonna see if they had a pro day.
I'm not one of the blacks that follow Colorado like that.
I'm not a black that follows them either, but I just feel
I know you. That's why you didn't know. If you were, you would have known.
When it comes to draft picks, like I'm hoping that Jackson State gets John Huggins up off the board, or Howard gets their offensive lineman, or even Davis Richard gets drafted. And some of these other kids that they get drafted, we get at least 1 or 2.
Well, usually, and we can always go, you always can look, and it starts, look at offensive linemen. So who are the top offensive linemen? Then it usually goes defensive back. So who are the top defensive backs? Then it moves to wide receivers. Linebackers are really last.
So we do have some sleepers / HBCU by association, right?
You're talking about kids that transferred?
Yeah, like Shane Hooks he still got a Jackson State degree.
Yeah.
Willis Patrick has his degree from Jackson State.
Well, shit, we still gonna claim Travis and Shador.
Are we?
Yeah, well, I'm gonna tell you the reason why. And they said it, the foundation was built at Jackson State. And let's be clear, the best players on Colorado's team were the people from Jackson State. last year. That's a fact. So what did Colorado do to improve their draft stock?
Ooh.
I'm just saying.
I don't think the Cowboys are going to waste their and Lord forgive me for saying waste. I don't think they have, especially going next year. If Dak doesn't do well this upcoming season, they don't have time to play around with draft picks. If Shiloh getting ready to get drafted in the 6th or 7th round, you should have stayed at Jackson State for that. If you're getting ready to go to Colorado to get drafted and you go 6th or 7th round, you might as well have stayed at Jackson State.
Yeah. Well, I again, I know I'm being super biased, but this is what I said, and I will take this argument. If Shedeur had stayed at Jackson State, I think he would have been able to do Steve McNair numbers and still would have been a first-round pick. I believe that because I think you all would have had that much talent, and Deion could have scheduled a couple of just like they did with Steve in his senior year, some showcase games, because you guys would have had so much talent, and I still think he would have been a first-round pick. That's just me personally. I mean, people can argue, and I understand that. I'm not trying to, but I'm just telling you, I don't think that, again, him playing at Colorado compared to what they could have done would have been any much. Because if you dominate like he would have dominated and would have had the talent, I think people still would have looked at him as a potential first-round pick. Because it's just the fact. Because he went to Colorado. So what? Because that's what I'm saying. He went to Colorado and just went off, right? Colorado didn't have anything to do with that.
Right.
So how can you say that he's not the same quality player? And then I know Mr. Campbell, he's playing better competition. Okay, I'll give you that argument. But what did our boy Booger McFarland just say, Timona? What did he just say about the kid from Toledo?
They'll draft you from anywhere.
Thank you. I believe
like they took Darius Robinson, an edge from Mizzou. Dang, so Mizzou, I mean, that's where Niles Gaddy went to Mizzou. He left Jackson State to go to Mizzou.
So wait a minute, is Niles got another year or just is it?
No, he's out.
Out, okay.
Missouri, I mean, he was supposed to I think he did. He was eligible for the draft this year. I don't think he got invited to any games, Pro Bowl games and stuff like that.
Yeah, so no. So
but you know what?
Like
Trayvon Conley from Prairie View and also Trayvon Conley from Prairie View and also Davis Richard had a very high relative athletic score.
Yeah, Conley's not getting. I don't see Conley being in the NFL.
You don't see who being in there?
Conley from Prairie View.
Whoa.
No. Now, Richards, I can see, because he's the type of guy. See, you know who I would like to see him with? Like a team, like, again, the 49ers, a team, Baltimore, a team like Philly, that he could sit, they put a package in for him, and he grows and plays. Because the kid can play.
Yeah. Yeah, and Niles Gaddy, his pro day wasn't so good, so I ain't even gonna pull up the numbers.
But I mean, kids got to do what these kids have to do what they want to do, whatever they feel is best. You know, God bless them. But again, I just think there is it's always value because competition is relative, right? Because if we get the good kids, then it's better competition, right?
I mean, we was gonna schedule some games.
Yeah, so that's the thing about it. Jack State was recruiting better kids. FAMU started recruiting better kids. And I'm just using those two when you started to see, hey, well, I can go here and everything. So again, you know, you can't say that, they can't get those kids, because we could have got I'm gonna say it again, we could get a kid that went to Toledo. And that's what I'm saying. I'm not arguing Power 5. We already know that's a whole nother level. But I thought we could have, Jack State and FAMU, between Dion and Willie, could have got to a Toledo type recruiting level. I really believe that. So I think there's something to offer when you go to those campuses and the education that you get and all the stuff that comes with going to Jackson State, the boom, the fans, the fan engagement, the J-sets, all the stuff comes with FAMU, the education, the Marching 100, the girls, the alumni base. Those things make a difference. So I don't, like I say again, and I don't want to pick up the kid for Toledo, but like I said, I don't want to use him because he played well and everything. But again, Toledo does not have the alumni base that FAMU and Jack State Southern and Howard and schools like that have. They just don't.
Right. So
I don't care not. Yeah. So that kid, because you got to look at like James Houston, right? He goes, you got people from Jack State buying his jersey.
Right.
Marquise Bell. You know how many people from FAMU that got a Dallas Cowboy Marquise Bell jersey?
And he's still there. Is Isaiah Land still with the Colts?
Yes.
So I mean, we got some representation still.
So
Darius Leonard he got signed, right?
Oh yeah, well yeah. Darius Leonard went to Philly, right?
Eagles, right?
Yeah. But let's remember he was the highest paid linebacker at one time. Let's not forget that.
No, they literally gave him the highest pay and then they traded him. It didn't really make sense. He just became the highest paid in the last.
But he still got the money. He still got the money and the bonus, signing bonus.
That's guaranteed, right?
Yeah. He still got that money. Now he got hurt.
Whitley said that Toledo still has a strong fan base. Stop it, Uncle Bundles. Not Uncle Bundles.
Yeah, I'm okay. Let me tell you something. If you want to compare Toledo, I will take this bet anytime, any place. If you want to tell me that Toledo, first of all, this is in the state of Ohio, okay, where 99.9% of people are Ohio State fans, and mind you, you still got the University of Cincinnati there, that Toledo has some fan base that will compare to the fan base of a FAMU, Jack State, and Southern. Come on, I'll take that bet all day. I'll take that bet all day. You're in the state with Ohio State. It's not the same.
It ain't the same, y'all.
Yeah, nah, come on, man. Yeah, come on. Toledo, really?
Dang, Xavier Worthy, he ran a 4.21 40-yard dash.
They need him at the Chiefs. That ran him into the draft. Now, see, this is what I love. Look at all these beautiful black folks that's sitting here. We got the kids looking all cool. We got to look like his little sister. Lord, I wonder that his baby that's over there with his girlfriend. And see, that was some beautiful blackness right there.
Black. Is the girlfriend black?
Yeah, it was nothing but black folks sitting there.
So there's a baby over there. How small was the baby?
A little bitty baby. She was in his arms. I don't know if that's his kid.
Oh yeah, that's probably his. Is it a little black chocolate baby? A little cute baby. 4.21. They not playing with these speeds.
Well, this is what Kansas City needed.
Olympic numbers. A 4.21. He scored a 98 on the athleticism score in 2024. He's a combined wide receiver rank of first, production score of fifth, and a total score of 88. Dang. He's only 5'11"? He's 5'11", 165 pounds. Wow.
Yeah, but he's the same size as Tyreek Hill.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So that's what they're gonna put him in that Tyreek Hill position.
Damn. I know Tyreek. I know Miami's over there just shaking their head about Tyreek. They just had an article come out that said you're supposed to be the best wide receiver in the NFL.
Okay, I let's give it to Xavier Worthy for having the blackest draft party.
Okay, he's from Fresno, California. So we're gonna give Xavier Worthy the blackest. You said the blackest party.
They said that he don't have a child. That's his mother and his sister, y'all. Oh, I didn't say. I never said that was his kid. I just said I didn't listen.
Well, good. He was good. And he was respectful enough to leave whoever it is that is his girlfriend at home.
Exactly. We just
FaceTime me after.
We just want to see beautiful blackness.
He said his girl is white, but I don't think they talk anymore. Well, go ahead and let her go. Get ready to go to the pros, baby.
J.R. Hunter just straight dropping T. Well, I tell you one thing. His mama knew not to put her in the picture. Good optics.
Oh, you know, somebody else said the same thing. Now, Xavier Worthy is a real family. No snow bunnies. Mama said, ain't gonna be no snow bunnies over here. Oh my goodness. Dallas Cowboys. They went and got them an offensive tackle. Tyler Guyton, 6'8", 322 pounds. I'll say this: whenever we try to, we've not drafted, but we've gotten some commits that were 6'8", 6'7". They were never nearly 300 pounds, but they just don't have the agility that we're looking for, right? He ran a 5.19 40-yard dash. That is a fast 300.
Oh, Lord. I see that white girl over there. Is that a white girl over there in the corner? See these black mamas. I see. Yeah.
That's the
I tell you one thing.
Attack.
These black mamas is like, y'all not sitting on this couch no more. Y'all gonna have to sit in the back. And when this draft pick come up, y'all got to move.
Let me look at Quay. Is he? I'm gonna have to look and see. Now Quay is different because that's a freshman. He basically got an award because he started for us freshman year, and we're gonna see how Devin Love and they've played together. But basically what I'm saying is when I look at them, boy, these big boys be heavy and fast. You got to be heavy and you got to be fast. Lord, EA is going crazy in these comments. I'm just going to say no comment.
She said snowball. Yeah. Is that the white girl sneaking in right there? Is that her sneaking in?
Is she sneaking?
Yeah, you see her right there. Is that a white girl or is that an exotical? I can't tell. That hair, I don't know.
Why do you call them exoticals?
See, I think she's an exotic. See, look at her. What is she, Timon? She black or white? But that's the girlfriend right there.
Exotic.
Oh no, that might be the auntie though. She might be. I don't know. I can't. She look kind of old now. When I look at her, that might be the fine auntie.
Oh Lord.
Yeah. See, she look. See, that's what I'm saying. See, that's the exotical. The exoticals are the ones that talking about. They got Indian in their family. They got Arabic. They got they be making up all types of stuff. All that, right. And they got number white in their family. It's just some white person back in the day. That's all.
Oh, Lord. Or the Creole argument that they were having, right?
They
was having that Creole type of argument about who is what. The Ravens up next.
See, this is the funny thing about it. See, now what we were talking about the HBCU guy drafting. See, with the HBCU guy, have a pretty brown girl like you, look like you already graduated, you know what I'm saying? But got your MBA or something, going to law school, be looking all sharp, you know what I'm saying? That's the way that would be. Looking all good and everything. All-American black girl.
Well, when you
not the exoticals.
When you see it, point it out, please.
Yeah, I'm waiting for one. I'm waiting for one. I think we'll get one. I mean, what we got on? 2 more picks left?
Probably in the third round, maybe.
Yeah.
I mean,
what they got?
They're gonna get Davius.
We got. Wait, hold on. Wait. They do just the first round, right? Tonight, right?
Yeah, I'm saying
so
that.
We only got 2 more picks, right?
Yeah, but we'll see the black families in the second and third round and fourth round.
Oh yeah, no, I'm just talking about tonight.
So Nick Saban gets to go straight from coaching straight to the chair to talk.
Oh yeah, that was automatic.
He's like, you know what? This NIL game. This is preposterous. I'm out of here.
Oh yeah, EA, them exoticals gonna get that BBL now. Don't get it twisted now. Them exoticals got them trips to Colombia and the Dominican on deck.
Lord.
See, I'm not on ABC. He's saying the host is fine though. Are you talking about Laura Rutledge? Who are you talking about? Yeah, see, because I'm not on ABC. He's saying the host is fine. Is that a white girl over there? Because I saw some white girl. Was he talking about Laura Rutledge?
Who is they picking? Nate Wiggins, Clemson cornerback. Uh-oh, look at all the black people. Okay. Look at what he's wearing. Ooh, you know he black. Look at them. There you go.
Okay.
That's a black family right there. Okay, Wiggs.
Okay, mama. Oh, mama. Okay, mama. Ooh, now see that. Wait a minute.
Family right
Babe,
there.
oh yeah, and you know, look at what she got on it. What she got? Look, see.
She got
who is the hairdressing with her breasts hanging all out, auntie?
Uncle Bundles, they got bundles.
Listen, mama got bundles, baby. Mama was fine. Let me go on there and go over there on Twitter and say, hey, mama. And no disrespect. I didn't see no daddy sitting next to in this seat right here, so I might have a shot on this one. Oh yeah, Unstoppable. Yeah, that was straight City Trends. Straight City Trends Rainbow. That was straight. What's that? That wasn't even what's the thing? Not Pretty Young Thing. What's the other one? That Sheen. That was some Sheen stuff right there, boy.
Some Temu. What is it?
That was baby had that Temu leather on.
Let mama live, okay?
No, that wasn't mama. No. Mama was fine. It was the auntie over to the right.
How do you know that was the auntie?
That wasn't the mama. That mama. No, the mama was sitting next to her. You always know the mama. So that was either his godmama. Come on now, you know how black folks is. That was either his godmama, his play auntie, or his auntie. That's who that was. See, look at her. You see her? See her in the leather.
I must done missed her in the leather.
You don't see it right there? Oh, I'm on ESPN. See, I'm on ESPN. They showing up. So you on the wrong one. You got to be on ESPN. So they showing it deep on ESPN.
Oh, I'm on the one with
you on ABC.
And they ain't letting me rewind. I seen him with the black on. I seen the black.
No, if you would have just thank you. Fashion for list, right? What's that? There was Trio. Is that what's the other one? The little store.
I mean, did you see how he was dressed? Baby did not even have a suit on. I don't know. I think he's.
Nah, they say he was sitting in Atlanta. So is he a brother from Atlanta? Somebody pull up where that brother's from. Let me do my Mr. Ford. Somebody pull up where he's from. Let me do my Mr. Ford.
He looked like he just came straight from the trenches. I mean, he didn't dress up or anything. He was just...
That boy might be from the SWAT.
Well, he'll fit right in Baltimore. Nate Wiggins didn't even dress. He didn't get no 3-piece or 4. Who is his agent?
Listen, let me tell you what happened. No, I'm gonna tell you what happened. Nate's agent was like, "We don't know you gonna go first round or not, bro. We ain't gonna waste no money. So we don't know if you're going first round."
Why did you know he's from Atlanta?
Because I saw when they said they showed the city.
Lord,
but then the auntie or godmama.
Don't put the T in. They from Atlanta.
Yeah.
Atlanta, Georgia. 6'1", 173 pounds. Let's see what his athletic score was. Let's see.
Hey, Unstoppable. He got that suit from D&K Men's Warehouse.
He wasn't
over
even
there
wearing the suit. 4.28
on Memorial Drive.
40-yard dash. He's ran a 4.28.
Oh yeah.
1.59 10-yard split. 36 vertical jump. 10 foot 7 inches for the broad jump, and then he didn't even participate in the 3-cone drill, the 20-yard shuttle, or the bench press, and he still got drafted in the first round. Okay, I think he got drafted by Baltimore, but he wanted to play for the Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah. Well, Timona, listen. What I'm going to do tomorrow is get in my Escalade and throw a couple of bundles in the back seat, and I'm going to find his mama. I'm gonna roll. I'm gonna get my Escalade washed tomorrow because they probably gonna be out tomorrow partying. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go. It's gonna be on the social media, so I'm gonna go follow them on social media, see where the party is at, and I'm gonna roll up in the Escalade. I'm getting my hair cut tomorrow too. I'm gonna have about 6-7 bundles of hair in the back seat, and I'm gonna roll up on Mama. And I'm gonna report back when you come back on. I'm gonna report back what happens.
All right.
Oh, he said next to him was his sister. Oh man, well, his sister look older. Shoot, she look old enough. She looked like she thick 37.
Oh,
she definitely wasn't in her 20s. Ooh. That was a grown woman right there.
She had that grown woman weight. No,
baby, that was grown woman weight, baby. That's thick 37, thick 42, thick 38. I can do all that. Anything. I can't do nothing 35 and younger. That's too young. That's my daughter's them age. 37, 38, 39. That's low end, but I give some experience. Oh Lord! Now here's Russell Haynes says, "Stop putting our brothers down. They work hard." But who we put it? That's Russell. We're not putting anybody down.
He doesn't. He's from the MEAC. No,
man. Listen, we support all these brothers.
That's MEAC Haynes. We are congratulating him because guess what? That's a real family. They ain't trying to be nothing but what they are.
Yeah, we support all these brothers. We are very happy for these brothers.
And he's around all them fine black women.
Well.
Ooh.
Yeah. I'm gonna go find my mama, sister. I'm telling you, I'm getting on this. I'm getting on his Instagram tonight. I'm gonna have them 22 rims shining. She look probably like them 22. Just roll up on
them. Let me see. 49ers.
Let's see, because Shedeur might be in trouble.
They are not drafting a quarterback.
I'm joking. No, they're not. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I'm joking.
Because then I said that earlier. I said, where is he going? How he going to fix it? Talking about my son and Travis, they going to go. First of all, I don't know why he keeps trying to link up Travis and Shedeur together. Like, that's how the draft works. That's not how the draft works. He's trying to act like they're a package deal. Man, if you don't go sit down somewhere, that is not how the draft works.
I need Roger Goodell to button that shirt up.
All right. They took Ricky Purcell, 6'1", 189 pounds, Florida, a wide receiver.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this kid's bad. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, this kid can catch.
Well, if he can catch, then.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. This kid can ride out. They're gonna show some nice highlights.
Panthers finally on the clock. Good Lord. So basically, the Panthers get tonight the last pick, and then they get the first pick tomorrow.
So wait a minute, it's 34 teams in the NFL? Or there must be compensation first round picks or something.
Round 1, 32, and then round 2 is pick 1 is Carolina. So this is the last pick tonight.
Oh yeah, tonight. Just San Francisco pick. What a Buffalo pick.
No, Panthers. Panthers got a pick.
But that's the second round, right?
No, round 1, pick 32. Carolina Panthers. And then they're
I see Buffalo 32 and I see Carolina 33 and New England 34.
What happened? Oh, okay. Let me see. I don't see it. He didn't have a son at JSU. What happened to Roger Goodell's son at JSU? See, EA be spreading misinformation. That was his nephew.
That was his nephew.
His adopted nephew. Oh, okay. Panthers picking tomorrow first. It's an error.
Okay, yeah. Okay, I knew it wasn't crazy.
Probably compensatory picks. Okay. I'm finna say, what in the world?
Yeah, because I was about to say, I'm like, did they add 2 more teams I didn't know anything about? Like, I was always 32 teams. But yeah, it's got to be.
Are those compensatory for having like minorities hired in their upper staff?
I don't know. That's what
Well,
we'll
I
see.
think I don't know if they do have that where.
So wait a minute, is this a lab? Yeah, because why are they showing the 33 and 34 pick? Oh, now they just flipped. So Carolina is on the clock now. So they just made that trade.
All right, cool. And they picked, okay, so now they have Carolina on the clock, and then their next pick is round 2, pick 7. So they did some type of switching. I don't know why. Panthers needs an offensive tackle. That's what they need. And all they talk about on here is they need a wide receiver, an edge, a corner back, a center, and a running back. No, y'all need some offensive tackles and offensive guards.
Yeah, I don't piss off my HBCU niece Whitley. We've been doing good. Don't piss off. We almost got through this, y'all.
This is the last pick of the first round. It better be an offensive tackle or offensive guard. And Whitley being quiet too. But you know what? These folks, they done got a little bit beside themselves after Coach Reed left. They done got a little bass in their voice now. And then they have
everybody been at peace.
Shalimar committed to Alabama A&M.
Who?
Shalimar.
Oh yeah. Is that how you pronounce that girl's name?
Yes.
Oh, why I kept thinking that girl's name was Shalomi? Why is her mama pissed off? I sent you that.
Oh Lord. Mama,
did you see what?
Off. Do you hear me?
You need to play.
She's talking about her own kid though. Low key, she's talking about her own kid because she's like, we know you have favorites. I was like, hold up. Why are you putting your own other son under the table? She's talking about Shador.
We might need to leave that as a cliffhanger. Show that and then say and tune in next time.
I mean, anytime you got the mama coming up and now she's talking, I was like, I don't know why Alabama A&M is happy like Prime's coming. Prime ain't coming to Alabama.
Well, I will say this: we know the girl is not a top, but I like the fact that she understood and that she can go to an HBCU and achieve what she's going to achieve. That girl's going to go to HBCU. She probably will pledge. She's going to graduate because she knows the best fit for her is an HBCU. Because she could have went anywhere. Because her daddy got the money to pay for it. You know what I'm saying?
I felt like her daddy wasn't on no pay for it. He was like, "You gonna go where I want you to go." Like that's how he is.
Well, I'm just saying, if that girl could have went to school anywhere. For her to come back to an HBCU says a lot about HBCUs. That says a lot about and it says a lot about Alabama A&M.
It says a lot about Shalimar too, right? Because
but that's my point.
HBCUs are dangerous. There's no fresh air. Don't go
right.
to an HBCU.
She knows that wasn't true.
Huh?
She knew that wasn't true. She was on campus. She had friends. I heard that girl had a gang of friends up there on Jackson State's campus.
Panthers got a wide receiver.
Wow.
Xavier Legette out of South Carolina. Okay. I mean, I feel like you're getting pieces that you need offensive linemen, Carolina. You need to build an offensive line. All of your picks need to be offensive line.
What they they looked on their board and he was probably the best player available. And they probably looked and said, we're not going to reach for an offensive line when we can get that guy in the second round.
Is he the best? Let me go ahead and pull up his.
So why are they saying the Bills are on the clock? Are they doing the second round tonight?
No.
It says on mine. It says they're on the clock.
What? Xavier Legette, South Carolina wide receiver. He's from Mullins, South Carolina. You know, South Carolina. Mr. Haynes, South Carolina State should have had Xavier Legette. That's right up around their alley. He runs a 4.39 40-yard dash, a 1.54 10-yard split, 40 vertical jump. Good Lord, his vertical jump.
He's a big kid.
Crazy. That's a crazy vertical jump. 40, 10-6 broad jump. Right.
Yeah, he got a black draft party too. Look at them curtains in the back. Oh yeah, that's good black folks right there, boy. They got them curtains hung up.
Oh Lord. I mean, he from Mullins, South Carolina.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. I love it.
Ain't gonna be none of that.
Oh Lord, there she goes. See, I'm telling you, these mamas have hit these white girls. I just saw it come past the screen.
She tried to sneak a.
Man, listen, these black mamas are not having it. They have put these white girls in the corner. The white girl be raising their hand. Can I come out now?
They tried to hide him.
They tried to hide because she was a long haired blonde. Now you know she don't work for the agent.
Oh.
They said no, you got to sit over there in that corner.
I'm finna ask. My son's grandfather used to play for South Carolina. I'm finna ask if he would have went to the draft. Will he be have a white woman girlfriend?
Okay, so the draft. I can go over here and see what's going on with the Lakers now. And
what are you trying to see about the Lakers?
I'm not a Lakers. Denver's whooping them again.
I can't wait for them to lose because everybody that was talking mess today, that's a Lakers fan, I'm getting ready to definitely heckle you. You getting heckled automatically. Like LaFlop. That's what we call it, right? They not getting whooped up on too bad. It's 73-67.
He said, name the next bundle after Pilar. Shoot your shot. Man, I ain't got that. I don't have Pilar money. Shoot. My credit good, but it ain't that good.
Pilar be messing with them heavy hitters out in
But
Houston.
listen. Pilar is a bill. I can't pick up no bills. I need somebody that's gonna be an asset, not a liability.
Oh Lord. I thought she gets.
And he got fouled.
I thought she gets paid as long as she don't remarry. No.
Pilar?
Yeah.
Well, it don't matter. Pilar is expensive. You know how much money, man? Listen, you go out and listen. Now you talk about them little memes and stuff. How much Pilar would cost to go out to dinner? Whew. Pilar taking her out to dinner is a car note.
Good Lord, not $500.
Oh, easy. You know Pilar ain't going no cheesecake. Pilar ain't taking no $30 for lunch.
Cheesecake Factory.
Baby, Pilar ain't seeing no part of cheesecake.
Cheesecake Factory in Huntsville. Go put those in the trash. Trash. I bet you they'll go to Cheesecake Factory out in Huntsville.
Yeah, well, yeah, but that's different though, because she going there to see her baby. I'm talking about her boyfriend, her Mike. Man ain't gonna spend that money.
Let me go ahead and troll some of these folks. Especially for those Los Angeles Lakers. Because why are they getting dog walk like that? I feel like the Lakers are gonna come back and win.
No, they're not. I'm saying that is not happening. What? They're gonna get swept.
They gonna let LeBron lose like that?
Oh, absolutely. Just like they let him lose last year. Listen, Denver, I don't think people understand. Joker might be one of the all-time greatest players. And so he's right now a top 5 center of all time. Right now. Y'all can't sleep on that Euro.
I mean, it is growing and growing.
They're up by 10. Make that 13, 12.
Good Lord, they getting their ass whooped. I think they gonna pull it out. Come on, Lakers. You don't want to just get swept.
There's nothing they can do. There's nothing they can do about it. Denver's a better team.
There's nothing.
And you can't expect a 39-year-old LeBron just to be carrying that weight like that. That's just on Anthony Davis.
I know. Why is it on him?
Because LeBron has done everything he's supposed to. LeBron is 39 years old. LeBron can't just go nuclear and go get 50. LeBron plays within his game. That's Anthony Davis that should be getting 45 points, 50 points.
Come on, Lakers, pull this out.
Man, EA, if I showed up with Pilar at homecoming, man, listen. Yeah, 80 is trash, Jay White. He is. He's showing it too. Because what instead of him manning up saying I need to play better and stop letting Joker give me that work, he gonna blame it on Darvin Ham talking about we out of sync. Nah, bro, ain't nothing out of sync by you not scoring in the fourth quarter. That's on you.
Damn, what is going on with the Lakers? This is not good. Like, I expected more from them. I really
How can you expect more from them? Denver is a superior team.
Because everything. So the reason why it's LeBron's fault is because the reason why it's his fault is because he's the one responsible for building these teams, right?
Now that I won't argue.
He whatever he asks for, he gets.
That's true.
So if he says I don't want this person on the team, then guess what? That person gets off the team. If he says he wants this person, then he gets that person. So that's why it's his fault, because he's been trying to build a team surrounding him. And at some point, you're going to have to just realize that it's him.
But how is it his fault when Anthony Davis doesn't score a point in the fourth quarter and Joker just gives him that work in the fourth quarter? And he's supposed to be one of the top defensive players. How is that LeBron's fault?
So
Ed said LeBron didn't choose those sorry bench players.
Okay, he should have been trying to get him some folks that could play off the bench. I don't feel sorry for LeBron because he done swapped players in and out, and literally. It's the end of the third. This is a home game for the Lakers?
That's correct.
Damn, and y'all getting whooped like that?
Okay, does Mike miss that open three in the final seconds? No, Mike might not miss it. Further, Mike would have went to the hole. That's what LeBron should have did. He shouldn't even shot that three. He should have went to the rim because he either would have got fouled or scored. So that's the first thing.
Anthony Davis has 30 points.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. What is he going to have in the fourth quarter?
Anthony Davis has 30 points. LeBron has 16. Russell has 0. Reeves has 12. And then they don't have no bench. Nobody coming up off the bench putting up anything.
But do you know that's what you got?
LeBron should have took a pay cut so they could have paid some decent players. Ooh, Jay White said he's a Laker fan. Jay White, what's your Twitter so I can what's your Twitter so I can gag you on Twitter? Because I know you've been talking all mess all day today. You've been barking. He ain't stopped barking since Don Thornton was announced. But they ain't announced not even one player from Alabama A&M football team.
But they've already Alabama A&M has already given up on the football season. They already know that. There's no need to talk about something that you know was inevitable. Maynard will not be barking at all. Because we know 3 games they're not going to win. They're not going to be Alabama State. They're not going to be Jackson State. They're not going to be FAMU. So that's 3 losses right there.
Damn.
Easy.
Yep. Let me go ahead and get onto this so I can go ahead and are you a Lakers fan?
Who, me?
Or are you a LeBron fan?
No, I'm not. No, Because see, you guys, I come from the old school, and see everybody. See, the reason why I don't like the Lakers. I like Magic Johnson, but I didn't like the Lakers because everybody is a Laker bandwagon fan. These jokers ain't been no parts of LA zip code, but they all like. It's easy to be a Laker fan. You see what I'm saying? Because they win all the time. So you're a bandwagon fan. These folks, some of these folks are from cities that have NBA teams, and they're not the fan of that team. So no.
As soon as they lose, I'm getting ready to post. How you gonna fix it? How you gonna fix it? A refund is due under me. You done took all the salary cap. We paying LeBron ridiculous money. How you gonna fix it? Only to get
and LeBron gonna gangster the Lakers to put his son on that team.
He's doing what now?
He's gonna gangster the Lakers to make them draft Bronny.
Why? So that they can play together and lose? Why did they say his other son is better?
His other son is better. Jay White said if Alabama A&M wins the East, Timona, you got to do a whole show. Man, if Alabama A&M wins the East, Timona will do this show on ESPN.
Easton, what? Is he talking about basketball or is he talking about football?
Football.
Mr. Haynes is talking about, remember, fam, you saved the swag in football. Mr. Haynes, please. Please. See, that's what I'm talking about. Jay White been barking about basketball, so he couldn't be talking about football. I ain't heard nothing about Maynard since he barked. He said, we excited. It's conference week. He barked right up into a loss. But I feel like Maynard's been quiet because he's found his quarterback. That's what I feel. We need LeBron James to do Michael Jordan numbers in this fourth quarter. He's been over here. Let's see. Do you see it? 0-2 for 3-pointers. They don't have no 3-pointer game for the Lakers. You see that?
No, they don't.
How do you not have anybody that can shoot 3-point range to get them back into it?
Oh, wow. He hit that shot, too.
Oh, Lord.
Jay White, I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. If you all win the East, I will donate $500 in your name to your athletic fund.
Damn.
That's how confident I am that you will not win the East.
Dang.
And I will make it light on you. If FAMU wins the East, you can just give us $50. I ain't going to even hold you to the same bet. Now, I bet you won't even bet that.
Nice.
In an A&M T-shirt.
Delusional. Bookmark it.
Listen.
Bookmark it.
Oh, look at this. How did you miss that?
In an A&M T-shirt.
He find him
early. He over there copping, please. That's what I'm saying. Jay White, all bark, no bite.
He said it's too early. See, this is when you don't have no confidence in your squad. See, this is when you don't have no confidence. I got total confidence in my squad. We ain't losing no sleep over no portal. We ain't losing no sleep over who's in the portal. We know one thing, that we gonna be in that run for these. Y'all know y'all not.
I wonder is folks gonna disrespect Pilar like they, you know how they attack people when they attack Prime?
Who do you think would disrespect him? Are you talking about what she just said?
Yes.
With the oh yeah, you know some of them Prime mess gonna get at her. Call her bad mama. They're gonna go back to whatever that court case is or whatever. Yeah, you know they will because it's some trash primates, and they are delusional, and they live in their mama's basement, and they play Madden. That's why they think they know about football.
Somebody else about to get in the portal. From who?
Wait, look, Jay White said FAMU not winning with Colts. Well, we damn sure know y'all not winning with Maynard. So I'll take my chance on that because we can prove that Maynard ain't winning.
Alabama A&M said they not paying that. What is it? This is his last year in his contract, ain't it? Coming up here. You can't do the Saints like that.
Jay White said coach is just happy to be a head coach. So what is Maynard's excuse? What is he happy about? Losing to his rivals two years in a row? Getting a scooter left on homecoming? Getting whooped by FAMU the last 3 years? Losing to Grambling down in the hole when y'all had, what was the kid's name, the quarterback?
Which quarterback?
The good one.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Glass.
Akil.
Losing to Grambling. Yeah, losing to Grambling. Them boys ain't Glass.
Akil got lost so bad to Jackson State. 61-15?
That's what I'm saying. They left a scooter. Alabama A&M has not won a big game against any named team in the last 4 years.
Hey, what did Coach Maynard say? He said, I get paid to win SWAT games.
But that's the thing about it. How about winning SWAT games then? That the part about that. Now, what you say? A refund is due under me?
A refund, yeah.
That's what you need to play for that, for all the Alabama A&M people. Got them nice dog houses to see them lost.
Ooh, they got some nice facilities.
They were bragging about the dog houses. Coach Bryant. AD Bryant. Jay White probably got one of them dog houses.
The little VIPs down there.
Yeah.
For the game.
Jay White, FAMU. Listen, if y'all believe FAMU gonna fall off, okay. Keep believing that. Me and Timon already broke down their schedule. You saw the two teams that had a bye week, and your team wasn't on it.
Ooh. And they said he would be fired already at a PWI. You know why that they not firing him though? They don't want to have to pay.
They don't want to pay him. They were like, let's just go and play it out. We ain't gonna win nothing anyway. We're not gonna be FAMU or Jack State anyway. So we might just let them go and lose, and Alabama State just go, and then we can just fire him. That's smart. That's good. That's good money.
Is it good money? They gonna be set back for at least 3 years.
They could fire him right now. Ain't nothing gonna change. They are not going to beat Jack State, FAMU, and Eddie Robinson and lost Alabama State. I'm telling you that. They're not.
Well, the Lakers look like they in the same position. No, you know what? Losing teams, they usually don't pay their players that much. And I feel like LeBron is too arrogant to take a pay cut.
No, well, LeBron not taking no pay cut. Of course not.
Restructure his contract, or he's too arrogant to do that, to make that space for decent players. Alabama A&M Bulldogs like to bar fight. When the gates close, they be barking loud, but when the gates open, they get quiet. Ooh. Yeah, I think you're right. I think this one is over. They get ready to get swept. Nuggets in 4. They only have one more game.
Exactly. And they're going to win that one too.
Damn. What's the excuse going to be?
Got to get a team with T.O.
LeBron has only put up 3 points in the fourth quarter. What is he doing?
How many points did Anthony Davis put up? 1. He got 31 points, so he put up 1. Because he had 30 before going into the third quarter, right?
You over here keep on pointing out Anthony Davis.
I'm just saying.
He did put up 30 points, though. Like, damn.
Okay, and half of the fourth quarter is gone, and he's only put up 1 point. But you're talking about the coach.
12 rebounds. Anthony Davis is doing everything that he can.
And he's not even on the floor now.
He's a power forward.
He's not even on the floor now. That just lets you know. This is crunch time. 6 minutes left. He's not even on the floor.
Well, that's coaching right there, obviously.
Well, he was like, because he's weak. He's gone because he's tired. Why won't Grambling and Southern move to Classic? It's hurting the swag to compete in the FCS playoffs.
Oh, please. For the love of God, we do not want to go into that money hole. Because that's what it is. Nobody cares about the FCS.
Well, here's the thing. Okay, so here's the thing. Okay, I will take this question. So Grambling and Southern moves the game. All right, they move it. The SWAC champion is still going to go to Celebration Bowl. And then you have to hope that a team has a good enough record and strength of schedule to go to the playoff, because the SWAC champion is going to go to the Celebration Bowl.
I mean, weren't they able to, without SWAC moving that game, weren't they able to go to, not in the MEAC, they only have 6 teams, but basically Howard was able to go to the Celebration Bowl, and they went ahead and gave North Carolina Central.
Yeah, and just like FAMU. So, yeah, you could get a ticket, but now he's talking about if you move the game, then they would get the automatic bid. I'm assuming that's what he's saying. Move the game to get the automatic bid. That's what I guess his argument is.
Man, we don't want an automatic bid. Nobody watches the FCS playoffs. You have to pay. You have to pay them to host. It's like they set up the FCS playoffs like they do for a basketball tournament. It sucks. It's not good.
Well, I asked the question, and I got the answer. I asked everybody from Central, you won the Celebration Bowl, you went to the playoffs. What would you have rather done? And not one person said we would have went to the FCS playoffs. Not one.
Not one.
Not one.
And then they knew after they lost to Howard, they were actually the better team to where they could have hosted. And they opted out of the $10,000. I think it was like $10,000 or something like that.
And they played a game with 3,000 people in the stadium.
When they could have possibly played at their home, you're gonna have North Carolina A&T come up there. You're gonna have some HBCU folks that aren't necessarily from North Carolina Central come and see about them, but they didn't want to pay the money because they really don't have that good of attendance compared to like a SWAC hosting it. But basically, why would you host it? You got to pay the $10,000 and they take a percentage. It's a 360 deal to me.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what, I like saying that we HBCU national champs. I'll take that all day. So if anybody else don't like it, don't matter anyway, because they don't care about FAMU.
Celebration Bowl. So I went the first year, and then the second year when Dion did all that mess, I had everything booked. I said, no, thank you. I'd rather sit in my living room because I already knew what was up. But the Celebration Bowl is very well put together.
100. I've been to every one of them.
Very well put together.
And it is and if anybody goes to that game, you're not going to tell me that game is not a championship field game.
I feel like the classics that we have, the way they're put together, the flights that these young men take or whatever, they're awesome experiences for these young men to take, and it's also a recruiting tool because they see.
The classic is not the problem. The argument with the classic is you make sure you get paid for the classic.
Right. That's the only thing they're not wanting to pay, and they're like, well, we don't this, that, and the third. Man, you better make them cities pay that, or make them cities reduce your out-of-pocket cost and cover those costs, so then you have more money to give.
Yeah, so the State Fair Classic, Magic City Classic, the Florida Classic, the Bayou Classic, those are amazing games. Those are amazing games.
You know what they said, which I'm not one to gossip, but they said that Magic City Classic between Alabama State and Alabama A&M, that these schools are getting the bad end of the stick for that one.
Yeah. Well, that's why Alabama's
They have
A&M was the one that said they were going to pull out.
60 or 70,000 folks. 3 times as much. They only get what, $1 million? I don't know.
Well, that was the whole thing. I think that was Alabama A&M was like, listen, we're not gonna get cheated anymore.
They need to be getting upwards of 3 million, 2.5. They need to basically walk away with, after expenses, they need to walk away with $1.5 million a piece. Because
look at Anthony Davis once again. Look at that once again.
What he doing?
Missing.
At least he's rebounding.
He rebounded that.
But like, for we trying to get 2.5. I know that's right. If they get 2.5 million, now.
But here's the thing: the fact that he says we're trying when you deserve it. It ain't even the numbers are already there that y'all deserve it.
Right.
The fact that we got to try.
The people who are signing these contracts, they be making backyard deals like, oh, you get free tickets to such and such, or you get the suite. What the hell is a suite for an extra $1 million for your program? And is that 1.5 after expenses or before? Like, I need to be walking away with 1.5 in the clear.
Yeah. All expenses.
Really more than that.
Yeah.
They should be able to pay for all of their money games. That should equate to three money games. They get like 60 to 70,000 black folks. That's a lot of black folks.
A lot.
You burning something?
No, I'm not.
Yeah, the Nuggets getting their ass whooped. I mean the Lakers. Let me go ahead and get my stuff ready to talk mess. Dang, Jackson State's still trending today. All right, that's enough. We get it. Let me go ahead and get my... This is what happens when you put all your trust in one player. Celebration Bowl champs walk away with 600,000 to 700,000. Who said that? Where you getting that number from, EA? Let me go ahead and troll him. How you gonna fix it? Damn, they haven't scored the whole entire fourth quarter. Am I tripping? Or are y'all getting swept? All right, let me go to Jay White's page first and heckle him, because he always talking that mess. $1.2 million to the conference. They divide to teams with participating, get bulk of share.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's right.
But you know what? We actually should have renegotiated even that Celebration Bowl. It should have been 1.7 million.
Yeah, well, no, we definitely we still could get more money out of it.
I think we renegotiated last year. It was like, why'd y'all sign it so damn quick? We renegotiated it when Prime was here before he left. Baby, you couldn't. I would have put the pedal on them. I would have been saying, hey, go ahead and get us 1.8 before he even leave.
I want them to get that band competition correct too, because that should be a big money maker.
Oh, it was terrible, wasn't it?
Horrible. That they did such a poor job on that. And I'll say this again. I'm gonna say it 1,000 times. It makes no sense that the Celebration Bowl on that Friday does not have a school, college fair, and a job fair. And then you have all the kids that come to the college fair. You give them half-price tickets for the band competition, and promote that to all the.
Is they try to whitewash what it is, because when I had that show, like at the after show, there were people that were up there and they were like, "This is not how it's supposed to be," and the stuff that they're. But then that's when I learned, like, there's different styles even in HBCUs. The MEAC is different from the SWAC, so the drill.
Yeah, but they still have the Honda Battle of the Bands. That's all you get to do the same thing. I mean, the Honda Battle of the Bands have multiple conference schools all the time. That's not unusual. That was poorly promoted.
Look, but I didn't like the they were having like rappers and musicians performing. It's like this you're missing the mark. We don't perform with these people. We perform their music, but we don't actually perform with them because it doesn't sound good when it's in that dome. It doesn't sound right.
They just didn't promote it correctly. That was the biggest thing. They didn't promote it correctly.
Georgia have some of the biggest per capita for bands?
Listen, every school HBCU has a band director in Atlanta Metro. You know how many people from A&T, FAMU, Jack State, Bethune-Cookman, Southern are high school band directors in this city? You remember that? Weren't you on a live when I called you and the kid saying that his band director went to Jackson State? Remember that?
Yes.
And I was pissed off because I had my FAMU jacket on, and he said, "Oh, I play in the band." I said, "Oh, okay, that's great. You play in the band. You going to band?" "Oh no, I'm like, I'm going to Jackson State. My band director went to Jackson." I said, "Ain't this a mess?" I ain't going to FAMU playing the band. I'm going to Jackson State because his band director went to Jackson State. I was giving me some good food too when that kid said that. Ruined my food.
What?
Shout out to Sonic Boom.
You know what's up. You from Jacktown.
Oh no, listen. I'm gonna tell anybody. This is undefeated. There is nothing like when Jack State crank up that Get Ready. I'm sorry, that is the coldest marching inside of a stadium song there is. Nobody touches that. Because I'm gonna tell you something, and anybody from Jackson will know this. Because the stadium is north central Jackson, but you could hear when the boom, if you stayed in North Jackson, Northside Drive, shout out, you could hear the boom getting ready when they were getting march in there and playing that Get Ready. And that thing, you knew it was time for you to get over there to the stadium if you was running late. So no, absolutely. Like I say, no. But like I say, the Marching 100, Jukebox, Sonic Boom. I mean, that's hey man, let's get it. Yeah, let's get it. No, I'm like it ain't no trip on that. I've always said that, you know. Yeah, when that Get Ready, Get Right, that thing there, whew. Yeah, that thing rocking. And then, like I said, them Jasons have been doing that same walk dance for 20 years.
And it still hit whenever they do it.
Still hits.
Every time.
So, Russell Haynes said the Marching 101. Yeah, y'all lose points just for the fact that y'all call yourselves the Marching 101. South Carolina State.
They call themselves Marching 101. Are you
Yeah,
serious?
the South Carolina State band is called the Marching 101.
You are lying.
Exactly.
Marching
That's why
101.
Yeah, they got to copy the Marching 100. Swag fan said Auburn has a neck version. Doesn't every white school in the SEC have a neck version?
No.
I tell you one thing, I hear a lot of it on CBS. Because I know Florida plays it, LSU plays it. He says Auburn plays it. I bet you the only team that probably doesn't play it, I know Tennessee does not play it. They're going to rock that Rocky Top.
Well, it's over. Damn, I thought they had a chance.
I told you. And I told you, and Anthony Davis still got 1 point.
They getting their ass beat. Oh, Lord. And they keep on talking about firing the general manager. Fire the damn players. Get rid of LeBron. Iowa pep band plays it. Lord.
The fun fact about NEC, and it's the argument who played it first, either Texas Southern or Norfolk State. And they have argued that back and forth. But I've heard that was Texas Southern that was the first one that played it. When the actual song came out for all you young folks. But it was actually played on the radio.
Bron's selling the tickets. Lakers is going to sell tickets because it's the Lakers.
Right.
Lakers don't need no help selling tickets. Do you think Lakers need help selling tickets?
No, absolutely not.
I was just going to say it's the Lakers.
That's what I'm saying. Laker fans are everywhere. They're all bandwagon fans, but they're everywhere. Laker fans are almost bad as Prime Minister when they say we. Look at that. They didn't even put Anthony Davis on Joker. That's why they don't even care anymore. He's not even on Joker. Why do you have Prince on Joker? That just lets you know Anthony Davis don't care.
I mean, but he did put up his points.
Joker gonna always put up his points. How many points? Let me look on ESPN and see how many points Joker got right now.
Here, I can do it. It's right here.
Okay, yeah, pull it up.
Well, I just had it on the Lakers. 24 points. He scored the Anthony Davis scored the most.
Yeah,
Joker
but
scored
20. But I'm saying this again. He's
20.
only when it was crunch time, he's only scored 1 point.
Damn, he already put up 30. Come on. You need to
But the game is 4 quarters.
They don't have nobody else. Russell has no points. Hachimura, whatever his name is, he has 5 points. These bench players, no points.
They're not paying those guys $300 million like they're paying Anthony Davis.
Anthony Davis?
Anthony Davis just got 2 more. There you go. He got 2 more. So now he's got 3 in the 4th quarter.
He still made his points. 15 rebounds, 3 assists, 1. Like when you look at it and you break it down quarter by quarter, yes, 5 of 7 for his free throws, 14 of 23 for his field goal. Like you're not going to be able to say Anthony Davis didn't do his job. Now, when you watch,
he did not do his job. You cannot as a superstar and only score 3 points in the 4th quarter. You can't. Superstars are made in the 4th quarter. That's unacceptable. You score when the game doesn't matter. When the game is on the line, they need you to score. He scored 3 points, and 2 of those were garbage points. So he really only scored 1 time, 1 point. No.
If Bron they are not selling out. Shit. Lakers game's been sold out since before Bron got there.
Oh, yeah, Swag Fan, I'm gonna agree with you. Yeah, leaks came out of nowhere. Where's leaks from?
Oh, you're talking about the new
UAPB coach.
Let me
She got
see.
she got
Erica
a whole bunch
Lee.
of yeah, she had a whole bunch of bundles in her head too. I have to go ahead and follow her.
Is it Erica Leak?
Yeah, Leaks. Yeah, like I think Swag fan spelled it right. Yeah, that's it. Leaks.
She's a 2005 WNBA draftee. Okay.
Really? Who did she go? Where'd she go to college?
Let me read it. Let me see.
Okay. Yeah, let's read
Okay,
it.
UAPB, you better bring the heat.
Hey, Coach Leaks.
It says the 2005 WNBA draftee will begin her era with the Golden Lions women basketball as the program's 10th head coach. With Leaks being drafted at the highest level of women's basketball in the WNBA and several opportunities to coach on the collegiate level, Coach Leak felt the timing was now. Prior to joining the Golden Lion women's basketball team, she led West Memphis High Blue Devils program to the state finals for the first time since 2003, earning the title of Arkansas High School Coach of the Year in 2023. She spent 4 years as the head coach of the 5A East Powerhouse, so that's good.
Okay.
She's right
High school.
there.
So she's a former high school coach.
Yeah, she's a native of Arkansas too.
Okay. So I like build from within. Okay.
She has the elite AAU circuit. She's also directed and spearheaded camps with the junior NBA, Jay Morant and Mike Conley. She's a 2005 graduate of Louisiana Tech University, four-time Western Athletic Conference champion, freshman of the year, and made an NCAA tournament appearance all 4 years. She was the 19th overall in the 2005 WNBA draft by the Washington Mystics.
Wow. Okay, Leaks. Louisiana Tech, that's a proud women's basketball tradition. That's what Kim Mulkey played at. Teresa Weatherspoon, Janet Lawrence.
She said she has her Bachelor of Arts degree from Louisiana Tech University in 2005, her Master of Arts in Athletic Administration from Concordia University in 2023. And she's happily married to Antonio and has 5 children.
Whoa, wait a minute. She got how many kids?
5.
Man, that man kept that woman like, hold on.
Mia, Tyra, Layla, Demi, and a son named Jace.
Baby. Yeah, she is fine because that man didn't mess around. 5 kids. Who in the world has 5 kids? I'm going to tell you something. I don't have a friend. I don't have a group of friends that have over 2 kids. And they got 5. Man. Lord, what are they, like 7-day Adventists or something? They have all them kids. Who in the world have 5 kids? I'm serious. I can't think of anybody I know.
I don't know. Maybe it's easier when you get more than one child and it kind of comes naturally. Because, baby, Braxton be running me for a loop.
Listen, and you multiply that times 5. No. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. 5. Man, listen, her husband, listen, he was like, listen, I'm going to keep you barefoot and pregnant. But your fine self. But shout out to Coach Leak. No disrespect. That's good. You know what I'm saying? No disrespect. So I don't want nobody to be clipping and saying anything. Just, that's good. That's beautiful that she's got 5. I just don't know anybody just because kids are so expensive. Ain't no way I could, 5. Jeez. No, Lord, what does her husband do? That boy better have a good job.
Oh, you're funny. Somebody said my grandma had 15. Everybody's grandma had lots of kids. That was it. That was what it was back in the day. My great grandma had 10 kids, all of them still living, thank God, on my mom's side. And then so I have all them aunts, great aunts, and my grandma's gonna be 90. My great grandma, which is Braxton's great grandma, is gonna be 98 years old this August.
It ain't no Gen X folks and older millennials with no 5 kids or 10, 15 kids. Ain't nobody from Gen X running around here with 10, 15 kids. That's them baby boomers and greatest generation folks. Well, shout out to UAPB. You know what I'm saying? I love the style. And you know what I love? One thing. You know one thing I love? I love the image that these black women portray for these young black girls to look at and you know.
Even just
and
in
look up to.
coaching, right?
Yeah.
It's great to see these coaches just have the opportunity. So congratulations to Coach Leak. It looks like she's going to do some things in Arkansas with the recruiting.
Yeah. Now, I listen. If she can wall that area, you know, between there and Memphis now, she can get some players. Memphis is a basketball city. She's right there. Arkansas is a basketball state. So, like I say, there's an opportunity there.
Why everybody blaming AD?
Because it is his fault. He scored 3 points in the fourth quarter.
They said Dallas, Texas as well.
Yeah, she get down to Dallas.
So
yeah.
now we got Jackson State. You on the clock? AD Robinson, we trust. You know we've been trusting you all this time. So what's up?
SAC said we hope we know how they like to. Bro, she already signed the contract, so she took that check. And she getting up from high school over to college. So.
Oh yeah, that's definitely a jump.
Yeah, that's definitely a jump. And with them 5 kids, hopefully, they probably not college age, but at least they can go to college for free. She can hang around long enough.
I was kidding, right? I was joking, but I wasn't. We finna get up off of here, but I just want everybody to know. I can't play it without, you know. Yes. The next live is what rounds they doing tomorrow? Are they only doing round 2 tomorrow?
No, don't they do round 2 and 3 tomorrow?
Damn, I feel like we could get somebody on round 3.
So what is it? What is it? 6 rounds, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they do.
Yeah,
7? 6, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they do 2 and 3 tomorrow.
I feel like we could have somebody come off in the 3rd round.
7.
I don't really too much want to do the 2nd round. Yeah, there's 7.
7. Yeah, Saturday. Yeah, Saturday.
Saturday's gonna be the day, right?
Yeah, Saturday's gonna be the day.
And that starts early too, don't it?
Yeah.
Dang, it starts at like 12. I'm gonna have my next live Saturday afternoon. We're gonna get to these HBCU folks. I think we're pretty much done with Coach Reed as far as like the initial story about that. So I would say Saturday. And on the way, who's coaching high school basketball, Jackson, Mississippi area? That might be a good fit for JSU. I'm not trying to be funny, but we do not want a high school basketball coach.
No, y'all can easily get a very well-known coach.
Yeah, Jackson State is a hot commodity for that basketball. The pay is relatively competitive compared to other FCS schools. Like I know people are trying to compare us to schools that are in, they keep saying that basketball is not FBS. But what I mean by that, what I'm saying is the pay differential is different. The type of talent you have to recruit to compete in those types of conferences is different. And the collectives and NIL deals that they have is different. So what I'm saying is I'm pretty sure there's a lot of assistant coaches that probably even work at some of these Power 4 and Power 5 schools that want a head coach position. They've been yearning to be a head coach, and they'll apply for this position. Especially if I don't know, do you think they're going to pay the next head coach $250 or?
Well, it depends on who it is.
Yeah. Somebody was saying Sydney Carter out of Texas A&M.
No. Okay. First of all, let me clear this up. Sydney Carter is not an X and O coach for Texas. Okay, she's like player personnel. No disrespect, and I remember Sydney Carter when she played for Texas A&M and they won a national championship. And it was her running mate was, I think, Sydney Coulter, who is finer than her, which is funny. So Sydney Carter is not the assistant coach as an XO. I'm not saying that she can't, but no, there are other people who are X and O coaches that are doing that. So shout out to Sydney Carter for being fly.
So what about Norfolk State's head coach?
Oh, well, that would be dope. Yeah, that would be dope.
He don't. So should I ask him if he's interested?
Yeah, why not?
They said that he loves it over there on the Behold Hill. He don't want to come over here to the SWAT. I don't know. I feel like they said that we won't be able to get him because he wants to stay at Norfolk State. Mm-hmm. But that would be a good coach. Like if he came right on in, I don't think we would see no type of drop off.
Yeah.
But the thing is, you got to have competitive pay for your staff. So thank you for coming on, Mr. Campbell.
No, it was fun. I had, like I say, I'm going to say this again, very proud of whatever all you're doing a great job representing HBCUs in Jackson State. It was fun. I love my HBCU people and stuff like that. And I always say this is what we should be able to do. We can joke and have fun, but we should never just be nasty and mean to each other. Like, this is what we should be doing, joke and tease each other. But we all should be able to come together and just have a good collective good time and, represent our schools.
Facts.
So I'll be back on Saturday. And so you know what, one thing, and since the people that hung on, this is what I'll do. If you can figure out, Travoni, this is what we're going to do. I will give the person $50 if they can pick the first HBCU player to get picked in what team.
Ooh.
But it's got to be before the draft starts.
Before the draft starts.
Yeah, because they can't be slicking, you know what I'm saying? And be trying to ride it out now. So before the draft starts.
They have to be able to pick the first HBCU player that will be drafted.
Right. Get drafted. The first HBCU player that'll get drafted. And you know what? And what round?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll make it easy because the team will be tough.
You said the team. What round? And the name of the player.
The name of the player.
Okay. I'll have to do all the I have to make all the flyers for that tomorrow. So
yeah, we'll
I'll
do something like
post that in the morning so that they'll already have it out there. Because what if they take somebody in the fourth? I don't know. Fourth round maybe.
Well, yeah. Well, I tell you what, we'll talk about. Let's figure it out. Maybe we'll switch it up. We'll see what it is. I don't know. We'll see. I'm just trying to just for the people that stayed on, that hung with us all night. You know what I'm saying?
Russell Haynes said he's gonna win and put the money in church.
Well, that's good. That Russell, listen, that is awesome. The church needs it. God bless. And I'm glad the fact that Russell goes to church. You know what I'm saying? That's good. Keep them blessings up, Russell. Pray for me too. Matter of fact, pray for me to find what's that boy name from Clemson? Because I'm looking for his mama or auntie tomorrow, so I need a prayer.
Oh my goodness! You talking about the one that's from
Atlanta? Yeah. Because sister or mama or whoever she was, Lord. Need to find her.
You said you're gonna find her. Let me see what his name was. That's the one that
from Clemson.
Yeah, he when I say he didn't even have a suit on. That's one of those true like get it out the mud type of I made it. Nate Wiggins.
Yeah.
His name is Nate Wiggins. The cornerback from Clemson. He's from Atlanta, Georgia. It says on here that he was a junior, so he must have went early. It says he's a junior. His class is a junior. He went ahead and got up on out of there and got drafted in the first round. First round pick for the Baltimore Ravens. I think that's a good pickup.
Yeah, no, it is. It is. Wow. So Ladarius says Davis Richard, 5th round to the Ravens.
Ooh.
Yeah, we're gonna have to figure. I'm gonna have to figure. Let me have to figure that out. I gotta make it hard enough, but but easy enough for somebody to maybe win. I got to think about it.
Davius Richards, you got to watch out though. Some of these folks be listening to scouts and stuff.
No, I don't know. They can. No, that's cool. That's it. They can listen to the scouts all they want. That's fine.
North Carolina Central quarterback, 5th round, Ravens. That would be a good pick.
Yeah. That would be awesome. But he's saying that was he. So, but listen, to what I said. The first guy picked. I believe the one of them linemen are going to get picked before him.
You think they're going to get picked in the? Why are you giving people hints?
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter. We're gonna figure it out because I might put a little extra on there too. We gotta figure it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I figured out. We might have these folks.
Basically, what he's saying is the first 8. What Ladarius is basically saying is there's not going to be a first HBCU pick until the 5th round.
Right, exactly. That's what he's saying.
So if somebody got picked in the 4th round, then he wouldn't have won.
He would lose. Yeah.
Right. I got it. All right, y'all.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
He made a big time, Willie.